Priam summoned his mist. He had decided to kill the revenants and intended to do it right. That is, without triggering an alarm in the first few seconds. The alarm would be sounded eventually, but it should be as late as possible. Theoretically, Priam felt ready to trigger the alarm and slaughter any revenants who crossed his path. But in practice, he had no intention of wasting time. If the underground passages were immense, it would take a long time to find the treasure room. Worse, Anatole might take advantage of the situation to flee if he felt powerless. So Priam decided to be stealthy and follow the priest and his followers who had entered the passageway 2 minutes before him. With no idea where the treasure room was, he might as well follow the priest to learn more about the revenants and their methods of converting humans. If the method depended on a physical object, it would certainly be kept in the treasure room. If not, the priest would confess. In the room, the two guards stood facing each other, halfway between the staircase and the exit. A thin thread of invoked mist moved towards the guard on the right. The one on the left was looking opposite the stairs. Priam was betting that none of the guards would notice the misty thread. The light was dim and their work tedious. Few people could spend several hours in a row guarding an empty entrance, let alone one so deep in their domain. Viracocha was their city, and the cathedral was off-limits to the public. The passage was secret even if it was an open secret. An intruder would have been spotted before he got there. It was maybe with this thought in mind that the guard on the right died. One hand grabbed his chin, the other, his shoulder. In a quick movement, Priam snapped the guard's neck after teleporting behind him. Without waiting for the body to hit the ground, he rushed at the second guard, who had been alerted by the noise. Few humans were powerful. Priam estimated that a normal person had, on average, between 2 and 3 times the attributes of a pre-tutorial human. Mental attributes were easy enough to increase by working on a few academic skills. Most humans had transformed their professional knowledge into physical or mental skills. But once these low-hanging fruit had been picked, many began to stagnate. The Revenant Guard, trained by his faction, must have had physical attributes between 40 and 50. Exceptional for a human, but ridiculous against Priam. The man-at-arms didn't have time to draw half his weapon before Priam struck him with a violent elbow to the forehead. Thrown backward, the guard crashed violently against the wall, before collapsing. His leather armor partially cushioned the impact, but Priam heard a terrible cracking. Priam, a grim look on his face, watched as the body crashed to the floor, leaving a trail of blood on the wall. Before the tutorial, the man must have had an office job. Despite his anger and determination, Priam was aware that he had just killed 2 humans. He took no pleasure in it and knew he'd undoubtedly kill many more. Priam looked at the body to understand his strength a little better. The forehead was smashed in, and the back of the skull had exploded. What a shame. For 10 days, the man had been trained by the cult to become a guard. His training had only recently begun and fortunately for Priam, shouting for help was not his first reflex. I'll have to kill the next ones instantly and silently. Priam was annoyed. If the guards had been 3, he could probably have killed them without raising the alarm. But he was likely to come across larger groups of guards whom he would have to kill without making a sound. The Baron took a moment to consider his options. He needed a skill capable of eliminating a man without making a sound. He could create a sound control skill using his potential, but that would have been a waste of this precious resource. Priam leaned over the guard and took his pulse. Nothing. Priam winced as he had an idea he wished he could test. He was almost sure of its viability. After all, he'd used the technique against Orthos, the first Baron he'd killed. Last time, he needed potential, but this time he wanted to succeed without it. His idea was simple: stop the blood flow to the guard's brain. But to test this, he needed a live guinea pig. Fortunately, that was not in short supply here. Experimenting on humans wasn't exactly ethical, but wringing their necks wasn't moral either. Priam turned towards the back of the room. It was closed by a heavy wooden door, reinforced with metal bars. Priam knew he could break it down, but it might cause some noise. He rummaged through the corpses for a key, before straightening up, empty-handed. The lock mechanism on an old door wasn't very complicated and Priam moved towards it. Kinetic control was supposed to be able to unlock it. He placed his hand on the handle and his shoulder against the door. Priam then summoned his fog into the lock. The inside of the cylinder was extraordinary, with microrunes seemingly traced on it. Priam used ether perception and swore. the lock was magic. There was only one option left. LVL up, Ether Perception, LVL 3. Meta, perk, +3. With his strength, he didn't need any skill to break down the door, but he intended to hold it back to make as little noise as possible after kicking it in. Priam lowered the handle and prepared to force the door open. He pushed and the door opened without a sound. The hinges seemed well-oiled. Priam released the handle, ashamed. In the lair of a bloodthirsty cult, he'd expected to fight for every inch of ground, but the reality was quite different. Shaking his head, he stepped forward. The carnage would come soon enough. Priam arrived in a spacious hall. It was soberly decorated with a scarlet marble circle inlaid in the floor. The ceiling was shrouded in darkness. Priam squinted and his perception pierced the inky black smoke to reveal the rough stone. Nevertheless, he found it hard to believe the smoke was merely cosmetic. Several corridors connected the hall to the rest of the cult's lair. From the central one, Priam heard the faint footsteps of a group of 6 people, surely the priest and the 5 worshippers. Despite his desire to follow them, Priam stopped. Members of the cult were arriving from another passage. Priam's exceptional perception told him that many men and women were roaming this area. If he ran and dressed as a simple worshipper, the first cultist to come along would sound the alarm. Priam moved towards the corpse of the first guard behind him. He was wearing leather armor, a short sword scabbard and a collection of throwing knives. A black cape embroidered with a totem representing Viracocha was tied behind his back. Priam quickly equipped himself with the cloak and throwing knives. He abandoned the sword and clutched his spear in his hand. If the revenants didn't use a spear and it gave him away, so be it. But whoever spotted him had better sound the alarm quickly. Without wasting any more time, the young man returned to the hall, closing the door behind him. 3 members of the cult arrived at that very moment from another corridor. Priam pulled the cloak up over his mouth, hiding his jaw injury, then nodded at them and continued on his way. The cultists quickly returned his greeting, absorbed in their conversation. The first rule of entering a guarded area was to project an image of confidence. Priam had taken to strolling through the cultists' lair as if he owned the place. Hiding in plain sight was sometimes the most effective strategy. The third team got decimated. The Baron rank abominations got slashed to pieces against the spider, one of the revenants told his comrades. General Tian Long plans to send the Viscount rank abominations. He asked the Grand Master for special permission. In my opinion, it will take at least 3 abominations. The spider is a true Viscount and has the home field advantage. A surviving scout confided in me that the lair is filled with wires sharper than steel. When they start to vibrate, all you have to do is brush against them to get hacked to pieces. I'm an arachnophobe, said one, shivering. Priam continued to listen to the 3 cultists with a distracted ear as they moved away. The assault on the Viscount below Viracocha seemed to have begun. The revenants were unable to advance, but Priam wore a worried expression on his face. Apparently, the cult had several entities of Viscount rank at its command. The Baron remained confident of victory, but it would not be as easy as he thought. Even worse, the cult's creatures were called abominations. Perhaps they were a rare species of unicorn, but Priam doubted it. Out of the corner of his eye, Priam checked that no cultists were planning to take the stairs back up. Luckily for them, the 3 cultists disappeared down another corridor, unaware of their good fortune. Priam left them alive. The later the alarm was sounded, the better. Priam accelerated to catch up with the priest's group. The corridor was several hundred meters long and the young man running at the speed of a galloping horse took around 10 seconds to catch up. Despite his predicament, Priam smiled as he felt the bare ground beneath his feet. The tunnel eventually widened into an antechamber with a large stone door. The same door as the one in the temple where Claire betrayed me. It confirmed that the cult had the power to defeat barons and that its members could leave the dome. The door opened and the group entered an immense hall. Priam followed quickly behind and his gaze immediately fell on the room's central object. A grotesque altar representing a pile of human corpses. At a glance, Priam estimated their number at around 100. The altar was abominably realistic and Priam winced in disgust. A meter above the altar, 2 cores levitated, orbiting together. The room seemed made of a stone as black as night, certainly obsidian. A few freestanding torches pierced the room's darkness as their flames danced. 4 10-meter-high columns supported the ceiling, and an exit was located on the other side of the altar. The room was austere but majestic, with only the altar out of place. As the priest-led group approached the altar, Priam stealthily teleported into the darkness. It wasn't the treasure room, but some kind of sixth sense was whispering to him that something was about to happen. LVL up, stealth, LVL 13. AGI +1. The improvement in his skill reassured Priam. If it increased by 1 level, then he hadn't been spotted. It would have been strange for his skill to level up when he failed his task. The athletic, pallid-skinned, middle-aged priest strode to the altar before turning to the congregation. He was still smiling, but Priam winced. He felt that the 5 new worshippers wouldn't be as well received as they'd expected. Too bad no one's here to bet with me, because if this priest is friendly and has gathered them here for a welcome snack, I'm willing to hug Arnold. Allow me to congratulate you again. You are the faithful, those who will summon an angel, said the priest. He pointed to the altar behind him and continued. Viracocha believes in you, which is why you are here today. Now, sit against the altar and touch it. The ritual is about to begin. A welcome ritual? This altar is a pile of petrified corpses. Are they drugged or something? Suddenly, Priam understood. The 5 men and women were indeed drugged, certainly the work of the smoke that had chosen them. No one could fail to react to the demonic altar. One of the worshippers, a man in his 50s, spoke hesitantly. O chosen one, I am honored to have been selected today. I assure you my undying devotion. However, I'm thinking of my daughter. She's young and I'm afraid she won't be able to manage without me, in the kingdom of our Lord. The gratitude mixed with sadness in this father's voice made Priam wince. It would have been simpler to believe that every revenant was a monster. Death was horrible in its brutality, and Priam would have liked to help this poor man. Concepts were as mysterious as they were powerful. Priam's talent proved that the system was powerful enough to bring someone back to life. But was this power accessible to a mere god? The priest stepped forward and took the man in his arms. Death is a horrible and natural thing. But the very nature of man is to rise against it, to fight, and to survive. The system gives us this power, but it's strict. Viracocha, on the other hand, is merciful. He lends us his ability. Come brother, join us and accept Viracocha. Give yourself to him and you'll find your daughter. Let's not waste any more time. She needs her dad, he said with a smile. The man nodded, weeping. The priest positioned himself on the other side of the sinister altar and intoned a chant. Priam couldn't make out the guttural words and his instincts began to rumble. The 5 faithful dropped their heads as if a puppeteer had cut their strings. As the chanting grew in intensity, half the altar began to levitate toward the Baron's core. The altar stone began to transform into a black fluid. Priam squinted. The stone looked almost like flesh. Suddenly, the priest began to speak again in an understandable language. He had finished chanting and was now articulating a prayer. O Viracocha, accept these sacrifices. These living beings wish to enter your kingdom of their own free will. Open your gates to them and honor your chosen one for this offering. Life bows and the dead serve thee. Shit. Priam hesitated for a second. The 5 worshippers were in a daze and continued to mumble. Should he intervene? He was here to understand the secrets of the cult, after all. Was saving the 5 strangers who had sacrificed their lives of their own free will the right thing to do? Priam's second of indecision cost him his window of opportunity. The 5 strangers suddenly exploded in a cloud of blood and bone. The clouds converged on the sphere of flesh housing Baron's core. The ball of blood, flesh, and bone increased in volume and began to twist. A kind of blood golem was taking shape. LVL up, stealth, LVL 14. AGI +1. Priam was petrified. It was even worse than he'd thought. Revenants are turning humans into weapons. As he tried to draw all possible conclusions from this information, the golem finished creating appendages and fell to the floor. The room shook under the impact of its 4 legs. Identification. Abomination depths, artificially created during a ritual. The abomination is a cross between a raging beast and a golem. It results from the unnatural fusion of 2 cores, linked by the sacrifice of dozens of minds. As the catalyst for the ritual is an object belonging to the depths, this creature gives off their pestilence. Every second it spends in your world pollutes it further. An abomination evolves by absorbing new genetic material. Stop it while there's still time. LVL up, identification, LVL 6. MEM, +1. New quest, abomination. To pursue their dreams, some people will do anything. A madman has sacrificed dozens of men and women to create an abomination. Avenge them, kill the abomination. Reward, potential +50. Abomination essence. Bonus according to your participation. Difficulty, silver. The priest headed for the exit, only to stop when he noticed the abomination's immobility. What's going on? The abomination raised its faceless head and stood still. Suddenly, the creature turned towards him. Priam smiled and cocked his spear. I was just tired of hiding. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 130. Constitution 197. Agility 148. Vitality 212. Perception 279. Mental. Vivacity 168. Dexterity 153. Memory 39. Willpower 187. Charisma 135. Meta. Meta affinity 118. Meta focus 85. Meta endurance 61. Meta perception 10. Meta chance 114. Potential 741. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 23 hours, 50 minutes, 45 seconds. Priam threw his spear with all his might. The weapon had barely left his hand before it penetrated the abomination's head. The room shook as the spear sank into the wall behind with the grace of a cannonball. LVL up, throw, LVL 16. DXT +1. Priam turned to the petrified priest. I think we have some things to talk about. His jaw still throbbed with pain, but he forced himself to articulate. The pain was nothing compared to that of some of his deaths. Priam's words woke the terrified man, and he ran for the exit. Priam set off in pursuit. A few meters from his target, his instincts screamed out and the Baron leaped high. Priam instinctively clung to the ceiling and activated kinetic control to stay there. LVL up, dodge, LVL 7. AGI +1. LVL up, climbing, LVL 11. AGI +1. A tentacle of flesh had sprouted from the abomination's body. Like a whip, the appendage had tried to sweep Priam away. Priam's eyes widened as the monstrosity continued to whip through the void, hoping to hit its target. This thing isn't dead. The tentacle stood still for a moment and Priam analyzed it. Without its head, it can't. Suddenly, the appendage charged toward Priam. The young man used a kinetic charge to project himself against one of the room's pillars. From there, he leaped straight for the priest and grabbed his throat. Priam swung his prisoner towards the abomination. If that creature attacks, you die. Tell it to back off, he ordered. The priest struggled as the abomination reconstituted itself. One of its arms swept across the floor. The bits of flesh, blood and bone that had spurted out when the head exploded were reabsorbed. Within seconds, the creature was complete again. Its capacity for regeneration was ridiculous. Priam shook the priest as the abomination turned towards them. His instincts told him it was going to attack. What the hell are you doing? It's going to kill us. No, it will kill you. The priest struggled harder. It won't obey me. It's a creature of the depth. It only ignores me because I've been blessed by the Grand Master. It won't protect me, so get off my back. Priam stepped back, pulling the priest with him. He had begun to summon his mist from the start of the fight and it eventually touched the tip of his spear still embedded in the wall. With a mental bend, he could call it back to him. Priam leaned toward the priest's ear and said, If you can't stop him, then point out his weakness. Otherwise, you're no use to me. Priam suspected he had to attack the abomination's core or cores. However, due to the creature's shifting body, he had no idea where it was. The abomination was only Baron rank, but it was very complicated to kill and its physical attributes were enormous. For the moment, this thing didn't use any skills. Or maybe a body control skill? Priam was still backing towards the tunnel when the abomination screamed. A moment later, the Baron felt a kind of heat on his thigh. Priam pushed the priest away, thinking of an attack. Looking down, he saw that the revenant had simply pissed himself in fear. The two men looked at each other and Priam understood that the man was terrified. He really had no way of calming the creature. I'm not sure. They have an ether-packed core in the body. Certain skills can. A slash from the abomination cut him off in two. Blood smeared Priam's clothing. Priam reacted immediately, leaping backward and hurling his spear to wound the monster. It shrieked and Priam took the opportunity to focus on Micro. He needed more power in his throws if he was to overcome the behemoth and its regeneration. The supremacy synergized with his throwing skill to optimize the movement and power of the muscles in his entire body. The result could wipe out the monster with ease, and Priam wanted nothing less. Part of his brain noted the creature's motions. To attack, the abomination had propelled its body at a frightening speed. Priam hadn't seen it coming and realized that the creature could manipulate its body to move inhumanly. It didn't need to stretch any muscles that Priam could see, making it unpredictable. I'll have to be careful. The Baron focused, thinking that the revenants were playing with fire. This creature was far superior to Orthos or Nemea. Galapagos could have killed it by attacking from afar, but in this tunnel, the Chimera was superior to the Viscount. Priam was now convinced that Anatole didn't know what he was doing or that he was crazy. As if to prove him right, the abomination moved forward and its arms touched the two pieces of the priest's corpse. Instantly, the two pieces began to vibrate and then melt. A second later, they had merged with the Chimera, which now seemed a little larger. The revenants had created an unstoppable weapon. If they weren't killed quickly, these monsters could become veritable cataclysms. The abomination then stood still, turning its head as if to spot Priam. The mist had finally invaded the underground and the abomination seemed lost, unable to see or sense the young man. Priam teleported his spear in his hand and activated ether perception to observe the world in search of the core. The world changed. A new color, unknown to the rainbow, was superimposed on Priam's vision. The air seemed filled with both golden dust and a silvery fluid. LVL up, ether perception, LVL 4. Meta, perk, +3. Priam looked down at his hands and saw new veins irrigating his body. Not veins, meridians. Turning his hands and clenching his fists, he smiled as he discovered a new facet of this universe. He lifted his head and watched the creature turn on itself, uncertain. Priam watched his enemy for a few moments. His own meridians were golden green, and his new vision painted the Chimera a dark purple. LVL up, ether perception, LVL 5. Meta, perk, +3. Priam's new vision reflected a block of undulating darkness back to him, and the young man winced. His skill could not pierce the creature's flesh. There was only one way to find its weak point. Priam thrust his spear with all his might into the creature's chest. It exploded, opening a half-meter-deep crater in the creature's body. Squinting, Priam noticed that the spear had shattered the creature's flesh, but that a bone cage had managed to stop the attack. Protection? It must be where the cores are. Priam used the mist to call up his spear and attack again. The Chimera's flesh was already beginning to regenerate and he didn't want to give it time to cancel the attack. A new throw cracked the protective cage and sent a few splinters of bone flying. The abomination screamed and lunged at Priam. Despite the lack of visibility, it knew where the attack originated. The young man stepped back quickly, but the Chimera was gaining speed. The tunnel narrowed behind Priam. Far behind was the Revenant's antechamber, and ahead of him, a creature that must have weighed over 3 tons was hurtling towards him at the speed of a galloping horse. Priam closed his eyes for a moment and took a step forward. He opened his eyes again and attacked. His spear buried itself in the creature's back even if one could have argued that the abomination didn't seem to have a back. He had straddled the mist and appeared behind the Chimera. LVL up, throw, LVL 17. DXT +1. The attack seemed to destabilize the Chimera and it stumbled. Its momentum carried it away and the tunnel shook again as the abomination slid to the ground, leaving behind multiple pieces of flesh. Despite its speed, it didn't get very far. Priam had absorbed its kinetic energy. Priam called up his spear again. Until he had been notified of the success of his quest, he had no intention of stopping his attacks. Ether perception told him he had about 10 more jumps possible. Priam attacked again. Once, twice, 3 times, without giving his opponent time to get up. Recalling his spear a fourth time, he observed the creature. It was now moving slowly. Its regeneration had come at a cost, and was on its last legs. A ball of broken bones was now visible in the center of the abominable moving mass grave. Priam threw his spear again. The sphere of bones finally shattered, revealing a purple core, larger than a barren one. The mass of flesh, blood, and bone began to tremble as the core now seemed defenseless. Priam looked at it. Its ether density was exceptional. He was sure it wasn't a decoy. LVL up, ether perception, LVL 6. Meta, perk, +3. Priam's spear appeared in his hand as he prepared to attack the core. By destroying it, he could surely destroy the creature for good. Suddenly, he stopped and thought. If a priest could create such a dangerous creature so easily, then the cult could possess dozens of them. Humanity's greatest warriors could undoubtedly destroy them, but the majority of humans would be slaughtered if these creatures were released into a dome. Moreover, some are of Viscount rank, and I may be the only one who can defeat them. Priam suspended his gesture. The factions and superfactions adopted a policy of neutrality towards the Revenants, as they were a faction created by the system. To avoid incurring the wrath of the system, they preferred not to intervene. At least, that was Priam's theory. But if the warriors of these factions learned that the Revenants were mad enough to create this kind of abomination, that could change. For all his power, Priam knew he couldn't save humanity alone. We've got to show them. If Mercury and Maya realized the true threat of the Revenants, then humanity would soon be united against this plague. And those who would continue to stand aside, those who would abandon humankind at the moment of its greatest crisis, would be forever banished. The factions would have to make a choice. Having made up his mind, Priam jumped and landed on the shattered bone sphere. He was careful not to touch the creature's vibrating flesh. He hadn't planned to merge with this kind of horror anytime soon. The core was still connected to the remains of the abomination by tiny threads of ether. Priam put his hand through one of them, but the thread didn't react. We'll have to solve the problem at the root. Priam reached out to the levitating core and concentrated on Micro. He was ready if the core tried to play a trick on him. As he touched the core, it fell into the palm of his hand. Soon, threads of ether, invisible to the naked eye, began to invade his body. The core's ether was colliding with Priam's ether, and the reaction was violent. Priam's hand began to turn black and he almost dropped the core in pain. Priam kept the core in his hand. One of his aims was to gain resistance to the influence of the depths, to better survive against a higher-ranking abomination. Unfortunately, the magic of the depths seemed extremely belligerent. Priam watched as the corrupted threads pierced his skin and tried to spread through his meridians. LVL up, ether perception, LVL 7. Meta, perk, +3. Apparently, the depths are dangerous enough to quickly boost my skills. In the face of adversity, Priam's body and mind rebelled, making rapid progress in resisting. Rather than release the core, Priam used ether manipulation. The skill allowed him to manipulate his ether, and Priam concentrated on countering the core's effect. His mind began to draw ether from his body and increase the energy density in his hand. Priam didn't know how to do anything else. Manipulating the ether was like using a tail that had been grafted onto him. It was supposed to be natural, but he needed time to adapt. As the core struggled to corrupt Priam, the abomination's biological remains stopped vibrating. The ether threads connecting the core were gradually destroyed. Priam theorized that they wouldn't function properly without an organic medium. Triggered by an idea, Priam began to toss up the core in his hand. The ether threads linking the core to his body became more fragile with distance, and their influence diminished. All I have to do is put this core on the ground and it will be inactive from here. Rather than follow this sensible plan, Priam decided to continue his experiments. If he couldn't resist a barren core, then he wouldn't stand a chance against a Viscount core. Over the next few minutes, Priam forced himself to manipulate his ether. Densifying it in his hand, he began to manipulate it gently. At first, just movements, like fluid currents, then in a more advanced fashion. Eventually, he succeeded in creating filaments of ether viscous enough to impede the progress of the deep. LVL up, ether manipulation, LVL2. Meta, perk, +1. Meta, AFFI, +1. Meta, focus, +1. The core's attacks were also becoming weaker. The threads that had invaded Priam's hand could no longer find a foothold, while Priam's ethereal threads repelled them like whips. 5 minutes later, the core's dark ether retracted and the core lost its glow. Observing it with his new senses, Priam realized it was not destroyed but was simply hibernating. Passively, the ambient ether was attracted to the core and recharged its energy. Within a few hours it'll be ready to create a chimera again by invading a human body, Priam murmured. He had a primal urge to destroy the core. His title, Threat Killer, screamed at him to wreck the thing, but he resisted. Priam tried to penetrate the core with his own ether but was unable to do so. For the moment, his manipulation was confined to the limits of his body. At last, he opened his system's notifications. Quest completed, Abomination. Reward, potential +50. Abomination essence. Participation, 100%. You have eliminated an abomination without help. Potential +50. New skill, Depths Resistance. New title. Fighter of the Depths, Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 140, +10. Constitution 197, +2. Error. Agility 150, +2. Vitality 215, +3. Perception 279. Mental. Vivacity 168. Dexterity 155, +2. Memory 39. Willpower 193, +6. Charisma 135. Meta. Meta Affinity 119, +1. Meta Focus 86, +1. Meta Endurance 61. Meta Perception 23, +13. Meta Chance 114. Potential, 855, +114. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 23 hours, 30 minutes 18 seconds. Finally, the creature at his feet was brought down. Its vitality was ridiculous, but fortunately, it didn't seem to possess any active skills. It might change if the revenants improved their rituals or for Viscount rank abominations. Priam took a moment to imagine a Viscount abomination with the 9 lives of Nemea and shuddered. Don't raise flags, you dumbass. Coughing due to the stench, Priam plugged his nose. The abomination's corpse was made of the bloody flesh of human cadavers. He had never smelled anything so bad, and only his concentration during the fight prevented him from paying attention to the smell. Priam quickly pocketed the core and consulted his attributes to ensure he hadn't triggered a 4th tribulation. Sighing with relief, he froze the next moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he had spotted an anomaly. He hadn't deactivated ether perception, and it was sending back a different image from his regular sight. With a fluid gesture, Priam called his spear back into his hand and prepared to throw it. 20 meters up the tunnel, between 2 light crystals embedded in the wall, laid an intruder. Priam's extraordinary perception detected nothing out of the ordinary, but a gold-colored, humanoid-shaped mass of ether was visible. The golden color of the ether made Priam hesitate. Instinctively, he knew it was the color of humans. Who are you? Priam chose to confront the unknown rather than play ignorant. After all, he had frozen when he spotted the intruder. The person's camouflage was sophisticated and betrayed a competent person. They had undoubtedly realized that he had noticed a problem. For 10 seconds, nothing moved. Priam waited. He asked, "Who are you?" not, "Who's there?" If the stranger wasn't stupid, they'd know Priam wasn't bluffing. Finally, after some 30 seconds of staring toward the ether mass, space blurred, and a silhouette appeared. A masked woman in dark clothing slowly rose to her feet. Her short-cropped black hair and a panoply of weapons strapped to her belt screamed assassin. She watched Priam without saying a word. "Are you part of the Assassin's Guild?" finally asked Priam. "You may consider me so, but I'm not part of the guild. I serve my master, King Prometheus," replied the assassin. Prometheus. The name of the titanic benefactor of humanity. Arbiter of the quarrels between men and gods. Greek mythology told that he transmitted fire to humans and was punished for it. The name choice was meaningful, and Priam was already analyzing it. "I'm Priam." "I know you are. I've been following you since you arrived at the dome." Priam's eyes widened. Surprise gave way to suspicion. If this was true, then this assassin's skills were extraordinary. Neither he nor Sphinx had been able to detect it. Priam's heartbeat quickened and he kept his spear at the ready. She'd never attacked him, but he was annoyed at having been followed for so long. "When will the day come when I have no more nasty surprises?" "Not until I became the 8th concept, I guess." "Why?" "By order of my master. An achievement is rare, and only my king and his first knight can boast of having been graced with this honor. To my knowledge, you are the only human to have obtained 2 achievements. My king is interested in a possible rival." Priam greeted the news calmly. Maya had been able to defeat a baron alone just hours after him. She'd just missed out on the achievement. It was expected for other humans to have been able to perform actions extraordinary enough to earn an achievement. After all, Priam knew very little about this new universe and had certainly missed out on many opportunities. That these humans refused to announce their feat was more surprising. Instinctively, Priam had allowed the concepts to declare his victory to notify his family. Apparently, some were more timid. Or they've got a hidden agenda. "A rival?" "I'm not looking to be a king," Priam replied. Freedom was hard enough to obtain without chaining oneself to subjects. The assassin nodded. "That's what I told my king. I also conveyed that you were too freedom-loving to bend the knee. Nevertheless, I'm going to ask you. Do you agree to serve Prometheus and help him unify humanity?" In Priam's opinion, this Prometheus was shaping up to be another raving lunatic. "I'm afraid I must decline." "Nevertheless, you're competent, and if he gained an achievement, he must be too." "Perhaps we can join forces temporarily to wipe out the revenants?" asked Priam. If each abomination required 2 barren cores and a few sacrifices, the revenants possibly had hundreds of these monstrosities. Priam couldn't stop them all before they devastated a dome. The assassin shook her head. "My king will destroy the revenants in due time." "In due time?" Priam raised an eyebrow. "They'll slaughter millions of humans if they release these creatures," Priam said, looking down at the carpet of flesh and blood at his feet. "Humanity never blooms as well as it does under pressure." Sensing that Priam was about to get angry, she added. "Do you know the statistics of civilizations captured by concepts? Half disappear in less than 10 years. Only 10% survive more than a century." The assassin's eyes were filled with terrifying conviction as she continued. "Millions will die, and billions will survive. Humanity must win." Priam gritted his teeth. Of course, everyone thought they knew better. But when an opinion condemned or saved millions of humans, one had to think carefully about one's choices. Priam had thought about it, and apparently, so had Prometheus. "Then I think we have nothing more to say to each other. I'm not a shield or a leader. I'm a spear. And I have no master," Priam announced. The assassin remained silent, then disappeared. This time ether perception perceived a thin thread of ether that evaporated directly into the tunnel. LVL up, ether perception, LVL 8. Meta, perk, +3. She was gone. As Priam relaxed his vigilance, the assassin's voice echoed through the tunnel. "Anatole is on his way to defeat an earl. His abominations are still too weak. He will not succeed and should return to create an Earl-rank abomination. To do this, he needs 2 Earl or Dome Lord cores." Sphinx. Priam trusted his friend. She was powerful. Yet he'd had a bad feeling ever since his arrival in Viracocha, and the stranger's words crystallized it. Something nasty is up. Priam concentrated again. He didn't have much time left. First and foremost, he decided to keep ether perception permanently activated. It was unthinkable for him to be so blind again. Moreover, the next assassins would certainly be protected against his skill if it remained low level. Before returning to the Revenant's headquarters, he observed his rewards. It was essential to know oneself in order to triumph. Title received. Fighter of the Depths, Bronze. The depths, the deserts between worlds, are a little-known place. Strange creatures reign there. Some harmless, others frightening. You've attracted the attention of one of them and succeeded in slaying it. However, this artificial creature would have been too weak to survive the depths. As you look at the depths, they look at you. STR plus 10%. Depths resistance epic. The environment of the depths is terrible. They're located between worlds, and there, the ether has become polluted. It is still usable, but its properties become corrosive and mutagenic. Initial symptoms are a decline in the physical and mental attributes. Rapidly, skills stop working, then death follows. Some adapt, but are forever changed. Creatures from the depths spread this ether. Stop them before they pollute your world. Your body, mind, and soul gain a memory power. Wounds will heal faster as long as corruption remains low. Your soul crystallizes further and gains a protective membrane. Even humanity doesn't pollute as much as the deep. Const +2, error, delayed. Vit +2. Will +5. Killing strong opponents was a lucrative business. When you survive. After failing to identify it, Priam tucked some sort of obsidian fragment into his pocket. The abomination essence must have been too high level. He had acquired a title, an epic skill, 100 points of potential, an abomination essence, and an abomination core. In an ether-poor environment, an average man could train for a year without achieving this accomplishment. The concepts wanted to see exceptional performances and rewarded them accordingly. The thought gave Priam pause. Anatole and the Revenants were accumulating power by sacrificing people. Of course, it didn't belong to them, and no one had said this universe had to be fair. However, if Anatole was so successful in his endeavors, Priam knew that others would be tempted to use cowardly techniques to gain power and influence. Easy gains could attract people, and that frightened Priam. Why risk your life, fighting monsters, if you could build obedient, overpowered golems by sacrificing a few human lives? Priam was under no illusions, only personal power would count in the high tiers. But in the meantime, how many lives would be sacrificed by fools? Shaking his head, he headed up the tunnel. He had a vault to find. Image. 30 minutes later, Priam was annoyed. He had made his way up the corridor to the lobby where the multiple corridors of the lair were located. There, he'd passed and questioned 2 acolytes to find out where the treasure room was, or failing that, Anatole's apartments. These were the 2 places where he could find interesting trinkets. The 2 cultists had been uncooperative and he'd had to kill them when they'd tried to manipulate his mind. Apparently, it was one of their favorite skills. Priam had then gone up another corridor chosen at random in its entirety before finally arriving at the kitchens. Additional rooms were to be found every 30 meters, but Priam had quickly stopped searching them. Most of them were dormitories, canteens, or washrooms. Priam guessed that each corridor in the lobby led to a different part of the complex. Nobody mixed food and dormitories with precious treasures. Insulting Viracocha and all his angels or any other sanctified creatures affiliated with his cult, Priam had to go back to the lobby. No one had thought to make side corridors or to show the way to the treasures. 3 stupid acolytes later, Priam was pacing a new corridor. After opening a few doors and stumbling across some almost empty armories and rooms full of military documents, Priam was smiling again. At last, he was in an interesting part of the den. On his way down this new corridor, he had come across and killed 2 guards who looked ready to fight. Priam hadn't bothered to hide the bodies. The cult of Revenants may not have had all the security protocols of the US military, but even they had finally sounded the alarm. He had killed 9 cultists, and their absence had finally been noticed. Priam was honestly surprised by their lack of professionalism. Even though most of the Revenants seemed absent, having gone off to attack either the Spider or the Earl, he was dismayed by the slowness of their reactions. They're so bad, it's suspicious. Before continuing on his way, he loaded one of the corpses onto his left shoulder. No audible alarm sounded, but distant footsteps informed him that he was being spotted. In all honesty, he didn't care anymore. His skills weren't developed enough to allow him to infiltrate this complex undetected. But that would change as he was planning to find other skills to synergize with stealth. For the time being, his infiltration was over, and he now intended to slaughter every revenant who crossed his path. Priam was now walking with his spear ready. Finally, after more than half an hour of searching, he smiled as he reached the end of the corridor he'd been walking down. His perception detected breathing, some 30 meters away. Priam continued forward, stopping about 10 meters from the guarded room. Ahead laid the antechamber to the treasure room. A very predictable ambush awaited him. Too bad Sphinx had all the grenades. Releasing his mist, Priam waited a few moments for it to infiltrate the enemy positions. The mist was almost invisible, but it was there, informing him of the presence of humans in front of him. What interested him most was the existence of firearms and explosives. Most humans didn't have the attributes or skills to hurt him, but he was still vulnerable to an explosion. Priam concentrated as hard as he could on the feedback from his skill. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 19. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. A small room with a large door opening onto a much larger space. 6 guards in front, barricaded behind overturned furniture. 1 guard on each side of the entrance, ready to pincer me in. No suspicious volumes. Small quantities of modern explosives could be devastating, but Priam didn't think mere guards, or even a captain, had the authority to use such a thing. Moreover, kinetic control, reinforced by a bit of potential, could ensure his life as long as the explosion wasn't huge. A few meters from the antechamber, Priam stopped and lied. "Look out, here comes your Grand Master." Priam accelerated and threw the body of the dead guard into the room. The body crushed an overturned desk and one of the guards screamed before rushing to the body to check its identity. Focused, Priam leaped forward, past the entrance to the room, then used his kinetic skill. The first use stole his speed, allowing him to negotiate a right-angle turn to the left. The second use restored his speed and he accelerated towards the guard. His fist slammed into the guard's stomach. The shock was violent enough to explode the poor man's organs. LVL up, strike, LVL 16. STR +1. After the kill, Priam instantly turned to face a throwing knife. His perception was struggling to keep up with the weapon's speed, which had been thrown using a skill. Priam dodged too late and the blade struck his chest. Instinctively, Priam used kinetic control. The knife lost most of its kinetic energy, and the rest dissipated on Master Boss's clothing and his hard body without piercing him. Priam watched in disbelief as the knife fell to the ground. The weapon should have pierced him, but level 20, kinetic control, was a milestone and significantly boosted the skill. Priam picked up the knife and threw it back. The weapon pierced the head of the helpless thrower. Turning, Priam saw 3 guards retreating towards a huge open door. The vault. The last 3 guards raised their swords in front of them as if to protect themselves. The left guard was even moving rather discreetly to the side. This way, Priam wouldn't have to deal with him to get through. "I'm sorry, but I've seen what your faction is capable of. If I let you live, the system will force you to continue." "I'd be a coward to let you live," Priam explained. He wasn't sure why he was justifying himself, but the 6 guards before him couldn't have been more than 30 years old. Seeing 6 almost humans of his age and terrorized left a bitter taste in his mouth. We can let you through." Priam took a breath to answer before stopping himself. 2 seconds later, he sighed. What was the point of talking? Why waste time and humanize these guards by talking when he had to kill them in the end? "Sorry." As he spoke these words, Priam realized he wasn't in his right mind. He'd seen a man cut in half. He'd killed people. Many people. Priam didn't know whether to laugh or cry to overcome the shock, but he knew he didn't have time. He buried his hatred, his anger, his distress, and his fear. Priam disappeared from the guard's view. Fully using kinetic control, he smashed into them like a bowling ball, intent on a strike. The 3 guards flew in all directions. His spear moved quickly, and he pierced their bodies in the air, thanks to micro. Without stopping, the young man entered the still open vault. LVL up, strike, LVL 17. STR +1. No sooner had he passed through the open gates than Priam suddenly stopped. The 3 guards who had taken refuge there had disappeared. Only their weapons remained on the ground, testifying to their disappearance. Above the swords, 3 silent abominations stared at him. Each was 5 times more imposing than the horror he had destroyed 30 minutes earlier. Priam backed away slowly, before hitting a wall. A glance made him swear. The enormous vault door had closed without a sound. His mist had sensed nothing, and some skill must have manipulated him. The revenants had succeeded in deceiving his senses after making him lower his guard. He had fallen into a trap the moment he set foot in the cathedral. The central abomination screamed and Priam clenched his spear. He would admire his enemy's plan later. For now, he had to try to get out alive to not destroy Beecher's seal and trigger a 4th tribulation. It's going to be complicated. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 143, plus 3. Constitution 197. Agility 150. Vitality 215. Perception 284, plus 5. Mental. Vivacity 168. Dexterity 155. Memory 39. Willpower 193. Charisma 138, plus 3. Meta. Meta affinity 122, plus 3. Meta focus 86. Meta endurance 61. Meta perception 26, plus 3. Meta chance 114. Potential, 862, plus 7. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 22 hours 46 minutes, 27 seconds. New quest, Abomination 2. Depths are part of the concepts. However, not all worlds are ready to welcome these monstrosities. Humanity is too young right now. Kill the 3 abominations. Reward, potential plus 300. Depths resistance, LVLUPS. Bonus according to your participation. Difficulty, gold. Beta, gamma, and alpha. In his mind, Priam named the 3 abominations facing him. Alpha was the central abomination and more imposing than the other 2. Priam concentrated on it. A second later, the fight began. The chimera swung its arm in his direction. It was more than 10 meters from the young man, but the limb extended to hit him. Priam leaped into the air and the attack passed beneath him before striking the armored door. It buckled with a terrible noise, and a crater about 10 centimeters deep was created. Priam, suspended on the top rail of the armored door, swallowed as he saw the damage. His body was now very resistant, but this attack would have killed him instantly. I guess it's going to be a no-hit run. Without giving him a moment's rest, Alpha opened its mouth and spat. The sputum was terrifyingly black and Priam shuddered as he watched it. For ether perception, the attack was like a black hole, absorbing the ether in its path. Priam leaned on the top of the door and leaped forward, avoiding the spit. The 2 remaining abominations tried to intercept him in the air. Priam accelerated with a kinetic charge and dodged the clawed hands of the 2 monsters. He landed behind the chimeras and looked up. A few meters ahead of him was a terrified revenant hiding behind a barricade. Throwing his spear with all his might, Priam killed the traitor before quickly observing his surroundings. The vast hall must have been around 1,000 square meters, and sections filled with cores and other resources were laid out like a supermarket. A dozen revenants were barricaded behind a few overturned displays. Priam ignored the majority before concentrating for a moment on the last revenant. While the first 9 seemed almost transparent when he observed them with ether perception, the 10th appeared tangible. Identification. Revenant General Mathis the Suicidal, one of the Revenant Generals. Mathis agreed to be resurrected in order to get a better death. Before the tutorial, he was a serial killer who preferred to end his life rather than surrender to the police. He won't hesitate to drag you to the grave. A general. Priam had a quest asking him to kill 3 Revenant Generals. Apparently, one of them had presented himself to him. Mathis looked at him with a demented stare. You will die here, Priam. Grandmaster Anatole knows all about you. Priam ignored him. He would grant this madman's wish when he'd finished dealing with the abominations. Priam's 6th sense kicked in, and the Baron stepped forward, merging with the mist. Reappearing in front of the vault door, behind the chimera's backs, Priam watched his previous location explode. Alpha had rushed to attack his position. A fraction of a second after his disappearance, the ground had exploded. Priam squinted as he saw the abomination's fist. It had tripled in volume and mass, causing a terrifying attack. These creatures can manipulate their bodies very easily, he analyzed. The room was beginning to be covered in mist. Moon mist consumed a lot of ether, but Priam needed the mobility the skill offered. Bringing his spear back into his hand, he registered a few kinetic charges. Having lost him, the three chimeras stood still momentarily before turning towards him. They had spotted him through the mist. Are they detecting my ether? My heat? My soul? An upgrade of moon mist was necessary. Among the three abominations, Priam chose his prey. Gamma, the monster on the left, was the smallest. It's the weak link. All he had to do was reach its core. Unfortunately, the mountain of flesh, blood, and bone didn't seem to agree. Without asking her opinion, Priam raised his spear and threw it. The next instant, it struck the chimera's torso with the force of a small cannonball. Gamma retreated a step before stabilizing. Seeing the result, Priam's eyes widened. A few pieces of flesh had been annihilated, but the hole was no bigger than Priam's fist. Shit. Identification. Abomination Depths Viscount, artificially created during a ritual. This is the superior version of a basic abomination. Able to adapt and evolve, it is advisable to eliminate this monster before it becomes unstoppable. High pollution capacity. Although weak due to an imperfect ritual, it is a Tier 1 creature. Its vitality and constitution are over 500. Its core is very well protected. Holy shit. The abomination's constitution was far superior to its barren version. Priam quickly calculated that it would take dozens of attacks to reach the cage protecting the core. It would then have to be destroyed. Moreover, if the flesh was so resistant, the bones would be excruciatingly difficult to break. Pondering his options, Priam dodged a spit by leaning to his right. The attack grazed him. Even so, he felt a burn on his left arm a moment later. The saliva had hit the door behind him, and a few drops had splashed onto his arm. Cursing his bad luck, Priam wiped off the polluted drops. The pain began to increase rapidly. Priam concentrated on Micro to block the pain without success. It wasn't just his physical sensors that were transmitting the pain. As he watched, he realized that his ether was becoming polluted. The depths were breaking his ether. Gamma screamed and leaped towards Priam, bringing him back to reality. With one leap, he found himself on the ceiling and stayed there thanks to kinetic control. Carried away by its momentum, the chimera crashed against the door with a sound like the end of the world. It was not a fight he could win by conserving his resources. His only advantage was that the three abominations didn't work together. Since the abominations didn't seem the type to play fair, there had to be a reason other than their stupidity. Priam connected to his potential. Focus, ether manipulation, depths resistance. Under the exhilarating effect of the potential, Priam began to smile. The skills worked together to repel the pollution of the depths. Depths resistance trained his cells to passively repel the invader. Unfortunately, the breakdown seemed as much ethereal as physical. Ether manipulation and focus attempted to actively use his ether to repel the pollution. Still clinging to the ceiling, Priam opened his eyes and split his efforts in two using focus. One part of his consciousness focused on slowing down the corruption, the other on the fight in progress. Half focused on the fight, Priam leaped from the ceiling towards Alpha. As Priam left Gamma's proximity, Alpha tried to sweep him away, transforming its arm into a whip of bone and ligaments. The air snapped, and the blow struck the Baron's outstretched hand. Kinetic control, aided by his potential, almost absorbed the entire attack. His constitution was close to 200, and Priam took the rest of the strike with his body. He was thrown on the floor, between Alpha and Gamma. Priam called up his spear and aimed at Gamma. He didn't want to give the creature time to heal. Already, not a trace of his previous attack remained. The spear produced a supersonic boom as it accelerated and struck the abomination. A crater 20 centimeters deep formed. A smile came to Priam's lips as he realized he had a chance to win. He had to use the energy of Alpha and Beta to attack Gamma. Suddenly, Priam turned and held out his hand, palm flattened, toward Alpha's massive fist. Seen up close, the attack was terrifying. The fist must have been the size of an SUV and developed colossal power. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 21. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. Priam's meridians protested as he absorbed the blow. His other hand closed on his recalled spear. Priam then teleported to Alpha's shoulder and immobilized it. He intended to absorb its kinetic energy in real time. The Chimera had insane physical strength, but kinetic control, boosted by potential, was the ultimate weapon against this kind of monster. Priam cocked his spear, aimed at the wound he had just caused, which was beginning to heal, and attacked again. Part of his potential imbued his throw skill, and his movements automatically corrected themselves. A second supersonic boom sounded and the Chimera screamed in pain. The hole was now almost 40 centimeters deep. Priam estimated that he would have to dig another 2 meters a dozen attacks before reaching the bone cage protecting the core. LVL up, throw, LVL 18. DEXT +1. His spear reappeared in his hand as Priam leaned to the side to dodge a spit from Beta. He straightened up and turned back to Gamma, the wounded Chimera. One enemy at a time. LVL up, dodge, LVL 8. AGI +1. As he prepared to attack again, Priam looked down. He was standing on Alpha's shoulder, and his skill immobilized the Chimera. Despite this, the flesh beneath his feet seemed to move slowly. Priam's heart sank. Since the tutorial and thanks to Humanity Adapts, he wasn't afraid of much anymore. His racial talent gradually erased his fears when he faced them. However, being absorbed, fused and digested by an undead monstrosity terrified him. Only the potential that ran through his veins and the feeling of omnipotence that accompanied it kept Priam from leaving the abomination's shoulder. If he hadn't activated his skill, he would have been absorbed by the monster. Anatole, I need someone to blame, and you'll pay for everything. Alpha kept passively supplying him with kinetic energy as it tried to move. Priam was stealing its energy. This ambush would cost him dearly in potential, but he would survive. A second later, he attacked. Gamma screamed again, thrown against the door as its wound grew larger. LVL up, throw, LVL 19. DEXT +1. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 15. Meta, end, +3. LVL up, depths resistance, LVL. Delayed. 30 seconds later, Gamma was lying in front of the armored door. A titanic hole almost 3 meters deep adorned its chest. Priam, still perched on Alpha, was gasping for breath. He had managed to maintain a status quo by consuming his potential, but he was at his wit's end. His meridians were screaming in pain, his ether weakening from creating mist and sustaining his growth. The war between his ether and the depths was not looking good. Despite the influx of potential, the pollution was terrible. Priam's left arm was now black and unusable. His heart was now in the path of corruption. The third Chimera seemed to be spamming its spit, and Priam was steadily losing ether as he teleported from one shoulder to the other of the central Chimera. He attacked again, concentrating on micro, throw, and eidetic memory to rapidly improve his skill. It was now terrifying, and his spear pushed the air back through the sound barrier. A split second later, Priam winced. His spear had just collided with a hard material. Very hard. Gamma screamed, and Priam understood, his spear finally found the bone cage. The abomination's core, its weakest point, lay behind. Priam recalled his spear and stepped forward before reappearing on Alpha's left shoulder, dodging another spit. His mist warned him of the third Chimera's every move. Priam waited. 1 second. He stored the Chimera's muscular energy. 2 seconds. He wanted a powerful attack. 3 seconds and Priam dodged. He would need the most powerful attack of his life to break through this protection. 4 seconds. He would then have to die or consume one of his treasures. His meridians were in a disastrous state. 5 seconds. Priam cocked his spear. 6 seconds. With a grunt, Priam summoned all the skills he could muster. 7 seconds after starting to steal Alpha's kinetic energy, Priam attacked. LVL up, throw, LVL 20. DEXT +1. Throw has reached level 20, its maximum level as a common skill. Depending on your background, 3 upgrades are available. Great Throw rare, general upgrade. No future upgrade possible. Potential cost, 5. Spear throw rare, you have exclusively thrown your spear. You specialize and learn more about your weapon. Future upgrades possible. Potential cost, 15. Supersonic throw rare, your throws have broken the sound barrier at tier 0. You like speed. Future upgrades possible. Potential cost, 15. Later. His muscles ripped under the power of the movement. The throw was perfect, but Micro had drained all the energy from Priam's body. The spear spun faster than ever before. The young man's eardrums burst and the shockwave threw him backward. His body flew before crashing into a barricade erected by the revenants. A few seconds later, Priam slowly got to his feet, massaging his head. A titanic headache had set in during the fight, his vivacity and brain not powerful enough to keep up with the demands of focus. At last, he looked up as he heard heavy footsteps. The revenants had been blown away and Priam saw Beta heading towards him. Behind him, Alpha was finally moving its shoulders, stretching. Priam's gaze fell on Gamma. The monster was slumped over. A gaping hole revealed a cracked sphere of bone. In the crack lay Priam's spear, twisted. The attack hadn't been enough. The abomination was wounded but not dead. Priam sighed as he realized he wouldn't get out of this alive. His body was in a terrible state, and the pollution of the depths was unstoppable. He would die, and the seal of Beecher would break. A fourth tribulation was inevitable. While we're at it, I might as well die with a title and a new achievement. With his eardrums pierced, Priam couldn't hear his own voice, but he'd made up his mind. He quickly reached into one of his pockets. It took a few moments for his trembling hand to catch one of the treasures he had stolen. Essence of Silver Catha Idolis, Tier 1, a powerful stimulant. Your body and mind will rise to fight with vigor. Beware, this medicine will not heal your wounds. Nothing beats natural rest. Swallowing the liquid, Priam recalled his spear. His body was in a pitiful state and the pollution would soon kill him. His heart was already beginning to slow down. Priam grabbed a second bottle and swallowed its content. Last Stand of the Warrior, Tier 1, a decoction swallowed by brave warriors. Temporarily doubles the attributes of the drinker. After a few minutes, the effect dissipates, leaving behind a broken warrior. In the best-case scenario, you'll end up disabled. Is it worth it? Yes. The drug let Priam stand up proudly. For the next few minutes, he would be unstoppable. Less than 5 meters away was Beta. The chimera brought its arm down on him. The volume of the fist was so massive that it filled Priam's vision. With a flick of his hand, the Baron stopped the attack, absorbing its energy. Beta's flesh opened up to suck him in and Priam disappeared into the mist. He reappeared in front of Gamma. The creature was in bad shape and Priam wanted to finish the job. Looking at his twisted spear, Priam scented an apologetic thought. The good thing is, the more damage you take now, the stronger you'll be. The spear didn't answer. Priam concentrated on Gamma. He inhaled, then attacked. LVL up, strike, LVL 18-19. STR +2. The tip of his spear sank into the previous crack. Priam activated kinetic control to keep himself from flying off, and the ground shook. He winced as he felt his right hand. Although he had absorbed the backlash, it had caused many of his blood vessels to explode. His spear was now wholly bent, and an attack would shatter it. Priam observed his handiwork. The bone cage was now open. Unfortunately, the opening was tiny. Enough to fit a few fingers, but no more. The core was so close and yet so far away. A dark ether was escaping from the hole and corrupting the atmosphere. Using his left hand, Priam grabbed a luminous pebble hidden in one of his pockets. Another thing he'd stolen. Make a wish is made while watching a shooting star. Someone has wished to capture this star. Grant the star's wish and set it free. Be careful, a shooting star moves at tens of kilometers per second. Do not use it in a house. Not suitable for children under 3 years of age. Priam placed the pebble at the entrance to the hole. He had burned his potential, resources, and promises during this fight. But it didn't matter. At least, he would win. Make a wish. The world turned white. Then the light disappeared. Lance 1, congratulations, you are dead. Your talent, he who eludes death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 10. 10 deaths detected. Message from your patron. You're progressing too slowly. You must put aside your fears and abuse this power. Don't forget your promise. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 145, plus 2. Constitution 197. Agility 151, plus 1. Vitality 215. Perception 284. Mental. Vivacity 170, plus 2. Dexterity 161, plus 6. Memory 39. Willpower 193. Charisma 138. Meta. Meta affinity 122. Meta focus 90, plus 4. Meta endurance 64, plus 3. Meta perception 26. Meta chance 114. Potential, 766, plus 11, minus 107. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 18 hours, 23 minutes and 55 seconds. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 22 hours, 43 minutes, 49 seconds. Congratulations, you are dead. Your talent, he who eludes death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 10. 10 deaths detected. Message from your patron. You're progressing too slowly. You must put aside your fears and abuse this power. Don't forget your promise. A seal breaks. Synergy detected with your talent, humanity adapts, and your title, Axolotl or Hydra? Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. Vit plus 5. Const plus 7. Will plus 3. Meta, end, plus 10. Tribulation, 3 characteristics above 200 were detected in Tier 0. A quadruple tribulation is coming. Time, 22 hours 43 minutes 49 seconds. Synergy detected with Veteran. LVL up, Depths resistance, LVL 2, 8. Const plus 14. Vit plus 14. Will plus 35. LVL up, Erosion resistance, LVL 16, 17. Meta, end, plus 6. LVL up, Heat resistance, LVL 15, 16, 17. Vit plus 3. LVL up, Thermal resistance, LVL 5, 6, 7, 8. Const plus 4. LVL up, Blunt resistance, LVL 18, 19, 20. Const plus 3. Blunt resistance has reached level 20, its maximum level as a common skill. Depending on your background, 3 upgrades are available. Blunt resistance rare, general upgrade. No future upgrade possible. Potential cost, 5. Armored rare, you have tanked a large caliber bullet. Future upgrades possible. Potential cost, 10. Star Iron body rare, you've endured the fall of 1,000,000 tons. You survived the impact of a meteor. Impressive. High upgrade potential. Potential cost, 20. You have selected the skill, Star Iron body rare. Pot minus 20. Star Iron body rare, your flesh is transformed. Your body has taken its first steps on a mythical path. Star Iron is a cosmic metal, naturally forged in the heart of a Tier 1 star. The high ether density and terrible physical conditions under which it was created make this metal extremely resistant. Increase the level of this skill and temper your body to complete your Star Iron body. Your enemies will despair facing your constitution. You are pushing back the Tier 0 limits of tempering. Const plus 3. You have selected the skill, Spear Throw rare. Pot minus 15. Spear Throw rare, you specialize in throwing. Leaving behind other weapons and projectiles, you become more familiar with your bound weapon. Together, you can make your enemies tremble. Your bound spear will always find its target. DEXT plus 3. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 18 hours, 23 minutes, 55 seconds. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 22 hours, 43 minutes, 49 seconds. Lance 1 Prime opened his eyes. The room was still shrouded in mist as he began to get his bearings. His body, or rather, the pieces of it must have been thrown to the back of the vault. That was where he had been resurrected. A glance allowed Priam to pinpoint its original location. Where the meteor had struck was now a huge hole. His mist was slightly disturbed as it approached the crater. A draft. It must be the real vault. Priam noted the information in his head while rubbing his nose mechanically. It tickled. The tiny white flakes floating in the air were undoubtedly the cause. They were the residues of the core stored in the room that had shattered in the explosion. Nothing remained of the shelves and racks that had previously occupied the room. The cores had been shattered and the air was saturated with ether. LVL up, osmosis, LVL 4. PHY +1. Meta, AFFI, +4. Without wasting time, Priam spotted his enemies. Gamma had been destroyed. Pieces of flesh and splinters of bone were scattered around the room. Some must have belonged to the Revenants. Among them, only the body of Mathis, their general, was more or less intact, meaning in one piece. The corpse was so charred that Priam only recognized it thanks to identification. The last two abominations had been. Priam widened his eyes and straightened up. They were healing at full speed. Or rather, Alpha was regenerating by absorbing Beta. The explosion and shockwave had heavily damaged it. Alpha had always been more imposing, and Beta's wounds made it impossible for it to resist. That's why they stayed away from each other. Alpha absorbed Beta very quickly, and Priam gritted his teeth. He was far more resistant than a few seconds earlier, but the abomination was growing stronger and more polluting by the second. Moreover, its resistance to kinetic absorption had increased as Priam immobilized it. His flagship skill was now less useful. Priam wasn't the only one to come out of the fight stronger. Damn it, he muttered. Now he'd have to deal with a quadruple tribulation and a Viscount rank abomination whose power kept increasing. Speaking of Viscount. Priam had notifications, which he opened. Special conditions met. Title upgraded. Moon Viscount Silver. Congratulations. Moon Viscount Silver, alone, you slayed a Viscount. For this outstanding performance in the reunion, you are promoted. A Viscount is a powerful title of nobility for a new civilization. Enhance this title to have the right to actively participate in decisions concerning the future of your species. The Earl is getting impatient. He summons you to his court. If you don't find him soon, he'll turn hostile. Wherever you are, the moon mist is. You can make your mist undetectable, invisible, odorless, and untouchable. Additionally, it would be concealed from the ethereal senses. Achievement Silver, you are the first human to eliminate a Viscount without help. You lead the way, and your species admires you. Message for humanity. Priam Azura single-handedly eliminated a Viscount. Humanity will be rewarded for this achievement. The 7 concepts congratulate you. Potential plus 300. Personalized message for humanity. Tailored reward. Tailored reward, a third achievement has been detected at Tier 0. You are the first of your kind to achieve this feat. The concepts are watching and deliberating. Chance of death during your quadruple tribulation, 96%. Choose one reward to increase your chances of survival. Back in time, allows you to return 24 hours in the past, at any time and with all your earnings. One use only. 5 seconds of glory, allows you to summon a hypothetical version of yourself, a year older. For 5 seconds. Survivor tips, you can ask 20 questions to an assembly over the next 24 hours. This council is formed by an infinite number of hypothetical priams who have just survived their tribulations. These questions must concern your survival. Each answer will consist of a single short sentence. Memoir of a survivor's memoir of his quadruple tribulation. Lord Fourth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. Whatever your attributes, the tribulation coming will be a quadruple tribulation. Priam looked up at Alpha. The abomination had finished absorbing Beta and was now devouring the scattered pieces of Gamma and the Revenants. It would soon arrive for him. The monster was titanic and horrible. For Priam, it was a symbol of his difficulties. Yet it was nothing. 96% chance of dying. Statistically, Priam was a walking corpse. He trusted himself, of course, and knew there was a chance of survival. He'd always survived. However, that wasn't enough for him. He was like a man jumping off a building. Before impact, it was easy to say, so far, so good. But he wouldn't lie to himself. The concepts, quasi-omniscient entities, had little hope for his survival. Despite all his advantages, despite all the challenges he'd met, despite all the pain he'd experienced. It wasn't enough. For a few moments, Priam's confidence cracked, and his eyes moistened. His half-length hair fell over his face, unable to hide his tears. He was tired. He was doing his best, but it was never enough. Suddenly, he saw himself as a kid and remembered his mother. Despite all his efforts, she had never praised him. Priam sighed and brushed aside his gloomy thoughts. As usual, he would take it in his stride. One day, when it would be over, he'd allow himself to break down and cry. But right now, he had to concentrate on the moment and enjoy it. This new world might be relentless and brutal, but it was also incomparably beautiful and magical. Alpha was still advancing, now swallowing the corpses of the revenants. They had given everything they possessed to stay alive. To manipulate magic. They were dead, and their death was ugly. Absorbed by an undead monstrosity to grow it. Priam didn't want to die like that. I don't want to die, he murmured. Priam closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his features had become hard. The rules were against him, he was close to a quintuple tribulation, but he had a chance. His reward could get him through. Priam took a moment to think it over. He didn't want to make any more mistakes. There were 5 choices, and only one would allow him to emerge strong enough to live. Priam had never really trusted others. But he trusted himself. If he gave it his all, he'd survive. He had to believe that. Deciding to proceed by elimination, Priam crossed out the last opportunity, Lord Forth. Increasing his attributes could be helpful, but it wouldn't be a few dozen points that would drastically change his survival percentage. Back in time. Priam crossed it out too. He'd read enough novels to know that repetition was an excellent way to improve and learn. Unfortunately, one more chance wasn't enough. If I could go back a month to be woken up by my little sister, maybe I would select it. Memoir of a Survivor looked interesting on paper. He could see examples of tribulations and how to counter them. Plus, someone who had survived 4 tribulations had to be an absolute monster or a genius aided by a super faction. The skills and techniques used during the tribulations could help him better understand the possibilities offered by the system. Maybe he'd even gain a terrifying skill. There's no way I'd choose that, Priam grinned. If Priam trusted anyone, it was himself. The last 2 awards allowed him to capitalize on that confidence. Only one elimination was left, and Priam didn't hesitate for a second. 5 seconds of glory was discarded. Priam wouldn't risk letting a future Priam materialize. He didn't know how the future would change him, but he knew his survival would almost always be his priority. It would also be the priority of a Priam created by the system. The chances of the Priam of the future trying to take possession of his body were high. I know myself well enough to know when not to trust me, laughed Priam. Survivor tips, you can ask 20 questions to an assembly over the next 24 hours. This council is formed by an infinite number of hypothetical Priams who have just survived their tribulations. These questions must concern your survival. Each answer will consist of a single short sentence. Priam smiled as he selected his reward. If an assembly of an infinite number of surviving Priams could answer his questions, then he would have an excellent chance of survival. If he died anyway, it would be his fault. The trick now was to ask the right questions and understand the limits of the answers. The first question seemed obvious. What must I do to be as ready as possible for my tribulations? Answer, get closer to Mathis and cry over the abominable essence. 10 words and a credible sentence. That was the concept's definition of a short sentence. The sentence could have been shorter, but Priam's assembly had wanted to show their limits. The sentence also had a meaning, even if Priam didn't necessarily understand it. He hated cryptic prophecies. In a novel, it was mostly a way for the author to muddy the waters. Unnecessary mystery. If a real god needed to spell an incomprehensible message, he'd have to choose a hero other than Priam. The concepts had set limits on advice, and Priam had to play with them by understanding himself. 10 words were too short to convey several messages directly. But by playing with capitalization and Priam's knowledge, the advice became understandable. Without missing a beat, Priam teleported to Mathis's side. He didn't know why he needed to get closer to the revenant, but he trusted his own advice. The abomination was only a few meters away from the poor general. Mentally summoning his spear, it appeared in his hand, gleaming. Priam pierced the revenant's heart in one swift movement. The general looked dead, but it cost Priam nothing to make sure. A split second later, he grabbed the corrupted tear and swallowed it. With his other hand, he clutched the abomination essence he'd received as a quest reward for killing the first Baron rank abomination. Corruption was triggered directly, and Priam massaged his heart. The pollution of the depths burned him from within, and the pain was unbearable. Where Chimera spittle was terrible, it was still created by a Viscount. The tear had been created by a phoenix of the depths. Tear of a phoenix of the depths is a terrible place, containing the cataclysms to come. Long ago, an evil god locked up a child phoenix there. Lost, abandoned, and tortured, the depths won him over. His distress made him cry one last time. Here is his diluted tear. This tear tainted by the depths allows influencing the consciousness of a phoenix. Its consumption promises a rebirth. Beware, when consumed, the influence of the depths will arise to corrupt the surrounding environment. Priam concentrated on staying awake despite the pain and almost missed the fateful moment. As Alpha raised a colossal arm to attack, Mathis opened his mouth, and Priam's perception caught his words. "My heart's on the right, you idiot. It will be your last mistake. After me, the deluge." Priam's sixth sense screamed out, and for the second time that day, the world turned white. In the final instant, Priam realized the room had been booby-trapped all along. Hundreds of explosives of all kinds had been hidden in the vault by Mathis. Mathis's skill or perhaps his talent triggered an explosion the likes of which Priam had never seen. First quest, soon to be reunited? Updated. Revenant General Mathis the Suicidal is dead. Keep up the good work. The world's colors coalesced as Priam's body was blown to the ceiling by the explosion. The horizon shook and the howl of the fiery flowers was deafening. Yet Priam felt no pain. The destruction around him released an insane amount of energy, which was transmitted to Priam. His body was reduced to ash, nothing more than a shadow on a wall. The corrupted tear shattered. A miracle occurred. A phoenix rose from the ashes. Tear of a phoenix of the depths, mythical, acts as a catalyst, pseudo-phoenix, evolves. Synergy detected with your talent, humanity adapts, and your titles, Axolotl or Hydra, and Veteran. LVL up, Depths Resistance, LVL 9-10. Const, +4. Vit +4. Will +10. LVL up, Heat Resistance, LVL 18-19-20. Vit +3. Heat Resistance has reached level 20, its maximum level as a common skill. Depending on your background, 3 upgrades are available. LVL up, Star Iron Body, LVL 2. Const, +3. LVL up, Kinetic Control, LVL 22. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, Focus, +4. The blast and the heat were absorbed by Priam. His body recreated itself, transforming destructive energy into creative forces. Already, his bones were reforming, stronger, and more resistant to the heat. His muscles reappeared, more supple and vibrant with potential. His skin came to clothe Priam in a coppery color as if it had imprisoned the fire. Priam opened his eyes and revealed to the world the reflection of the flame within. The flame that now burned within him. In the depths of his irises, a deflagration danced, playing with the mist. LVL up, Star Iron Body, LVL 3. Const, +3. The first beat of his heart sounded like the roar of a monster. Neither phoenix nor human. Priam was a survivor. Congratulations. Improved title, Infantile Phoenix Silver. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 147, +2. Constitution 245, +48. Agility 152, +1. Vitality 254, +39. Perception 286, +2. Mental. Vivacity 172, +2. Dexterity 167, +6. Memory 39. Willpower 251, +58. Charisma 138. Meta. Meta Affinity 126, plus 4. Meta Focus 94, plus 4. Meta Endurance 80, plus 16. Meta Perception 26. Meta Chance 114. Potential, 1089, plus 358, minus 39. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 18 hours, 20 minutes and 55 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 22 hours, 40 minutes, 49 seconds. Alberto Boss was sipping his coffee, watching the Cathedral of the Revenants tremble. He had started work on the champion's outfit as soon as he had left his workshop. The old man had always had good instincts. This time, it whispered to him not to disappoint his new client. The tailor looked down at his coffee. Black and sugarless, it reminded him of Anatole. The master of the Revenants was not a man to be crossed lightly. Alberto didn't consider himself a coward, but rather a pragmatist. Yet he had to face the truth, he was afraid of Anatole. The man was crazy, and you didn't negotiate with the mad. You didn't try to understand them. You ran away from them. The craftsman had almost succumbed to his fear. He had thought of running away from Viracocha, he was rich enough for that, and then waiting for the end of the reunion, in hiding. His instincts had prevented him from doing so, and Alberto now understood why. Priam was fighting to be the sole master of his destiny. The old man wasn't that ambitious. But if he had to be a piece on the chessboard, he might as well not be a pawn. A new tremor shook the Revenant's lair. So violent was the shock that the craftsman thought for a moment the cathedral was about to collapse. The stained glass windows at the cathedral's base glowed red before exploding. Alberto realized why he had decided to create the outfit in the first place. Anatole was a fool, but Priam was a dreamer. He wouldn't let anything come between him and his dreams. You can kill a madman, he muttered. But you can't kill a dream. Meaning? Alberto Boss turned back to the woman who had come to disrupt his work. Meaning I'll deal with your king's request when I've finished the champions. You would put a baron before my king? Asked the assassin in a neutral voice. A viscount. He draws light to himself. He'll burn his wings in the end. We can kill dreams now, Master Boss. With the system, maybe. But I doubt you could kill the viscount so easily, Alberto smiled. That said, I'd be honored to take care of your king's request as soon as possible. The tailor had rubbed shoulders with enough dangerous characters to know when to back off. Besides, the work promised to be interesting. Whoever this Prometheus was, he'd gathered an impressive amount of different materials. Nothing Viscount level, of course, but the amount of resources from barons was truly mind-boggling. Faced with the assassin's silence, Alberto continued. It'll be ready before the end of the reunion, don't worry. Your king won't have any complaints about the quality of his attire. The assassin nodded. Alberto blinked as he felt a draft around his neck. A warm sensation made him frown. Did I drink my coffee wrong? He touched his neck for a moment before checking his hand. It was blood red. Alberto looked up at the assassin, but she had disappeared. A voice rang out in the workshop. He's also your king. Prometheus is the only one who will save us. You have until the end of the week. Alberto gritted his teeth. Outside, the cathedral trembled. In his hand, his coffee was getting cold. Its surface was agitated. Image congratulations. Improved title, Infantile Phoenix Silver. Infantile Phoenix Silver, all that was left of you was ashes. Yet here you are. It's not the first time you've cheated death, something you have in common with the Phoenix. The tear of the Phoenix, purified by essence of abomination, flowed through your veins. Your reconstitution and the synergies of your various titles have integrated it into your ethereal code. You're not quite human anymore. It's almost impossible to become even partially a Phoenix. This proud race leaves only two choices for half-bloods. Bend down and rejoin the clan, or die. You control some fires. Flames naturally temper you. Being on the verge of death has a tiny chance of triggering nirvana. VIT plus 20%. As Priam's eyes finally focused, and even before the immediate aftermath of the explosions had subsided, Soul Mirror reacted. Priam blinked and found himself back in his mental lair. It was the first time he'd been forcibly drawn there, and he had a bad feeling about it. His soul pond was boiling. Priam's reflection was blurred by the bubbles, and the heat was terrifying. Priam looked up for a second, then looked away instantly. In the skylessness of his mental space laid a phoenix. Priam had never seen a phoenix, of course, but not for a moment could he have been mistaken. The creature was as sublime as it was deadly. A golden-tinted flame had taken on the appearance of a legendary bird. Two piercing sapphire eyes gazed majestically out over the world. Priam had not looked away out of fear, but out of instinct. He was facing a force of nature. The mythical creature standing before him was no mortal and deserved his respect. Sphinx's existence had alerted Priam, but the phoenix was shaking him. Despite his best efforts, he was nothing compared to this creature. His mere presence gave off a terrifying heat. The water in his pond was infused with a fragment of the concept of purity. Upon detecting a stranger in its mental space, the fragment would burn itself away, trying to chase the intruder away. However, Priam was no fool. The phoenix was far more powerful than the fragment and wouldn't harm it. The council of surviving Priams wouldn't put it at risk. With a thought, Priam calmed, soul mirror, and inclined his head towards the phoenix. How can we get the most out of this meeting? According to his analysis, it was in his interest to ask vague questions, to give his clones a chance to interpret his words. Answer, accept politely, swear on your last feather, and ask for an apprenticeship. Priam wanted to smile. The sentence was so cryptic that it was bound to contain an exciting reward. The last feather. I suppose alopecia is a serious matter among phoenixes. Although it's probably called something else in the bird world. Oh Phoenix, what can I do for you? Priam asked. He was pragmatic enough to be humble when the situation called for it. Perhaps one day, he would be powerful and famous enough to avoid bowing to any tyrant. On that day, his pride would no longer suffer. Until then, he would do his best to stay alive. I didn't suffer a dozen horrible deaths to die now. As the silence stretched on, Priam remained inclined, patient. He knew nothing about his interlocutor. Perhaps the phoenix were accustomed to observing a minute's silence before speaking, and Priam had no intention of inadvertently breaking a tradition. It was, after all, the fourth time he had communicated with an alien. The first two had tried to kill him and Arnold had somehow succeeded. The third worked for the system and had learned about human customs. Almost a minute later, Priam was still bowing. At least I'm still alive. That's good progress. Dad was right, you should always be polite. The phoenix drew him out of his thoughts. Who are you? The phoenix spoke in a strange, musical language that Priam's soul instinctively understood. I'm a human. My name is Priam Azura. I used your tear when I died, and its corruption was drained by an essence of abomination given by the system as a reward for a quest. A brief but fair and complete answer, followed by a summary of events. Priam could have tried to partly answer to gain information by analyzing the phoenix's words, but he wasn't stupid. The phoenix's first question could indicate two things. The first was that the legendary beast had no idea what was happening. By presenting the facts succinctly and dismissing all the damning evidence against him, Priam presented himself in a good light. Above all, he wanted to avoid the phoenix deciding to attack him by finding him in possession of an abomination essence. After all, only two kinds of people carried such trinkets in their pockets. Terrorists working with the depths and kind heroes trying to free poor phoenixes trapped in those same depths. The second hypothesis was more disturbing. The phoenix knew what was happening and tried to analyze Priam's character. In this case, it was better to appear honest and fair. Few people liked a liar. Pleased to meet you, Priam, replied the phoenix. My name doesn't matter anymore. I am a small fragment of a vast consciousness corrupted by the depths. The legendary bird paused, and Priam remained silent. After a few seconds, he resumed. I'd like to thank you for releasing this fragment. An abomination essence capable of absorbing the corruption of my tear. It's a perfect object, right? Priam frowned as a supernatural force gently lifted his head. Earlier, the mythical bird's presence had shaken his mental space. Now, its gratitude healed and regenerated his soul. Priam didn't need to breathe in his mental space. Yet he took a breath, and it filled him with energy. He felt great. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I understand, he replied. We humans are a new civilization with little knowledge. A new civilization? Strange. I meant something created by the system. Did you kill a monster of the depths in a system event? Indeed, nodded Priam. But why strange, if you don't mind my asking? The system would never have placed this monster before a young civilization. One of your compatriots must have brought a corrupted object with him. If the system let him, it must have been an opportunity he won. Priam nodded and thought for a second. Anatole Aili Samel has in his possession an urn of the depths. He certainly obtained it from. Who? The temperature rose suddenly, and Priam shielded his face with his hands. Anatole Aili Samel. That was the name the system had given him in his quest to bring down the revenants. The phoenix looked up at the sky and blew. A spray of fire, as magnificent as it was deadly, shot up. A few seconds passed before he stopped and stared at Priam. You have to kill him, the phoenix ordered. Anatole? He's an Aili. He's part of the nobility of the depths. That's highly unlikely coming from a newcomer, but there's no point in denying it. You've got to stop him. If you leave him alone, he'll vampirize your civilization, then others. In a few million years, a new god of the depths will appear, and my clan will be in danger. In danger? Asked Priam. Phoenixes are a manifestation of the cycle of life, light, and heat. The depths parody life, taking advantage of their semi-impunity from the concepts. This empty, corrupt place is our antithesis. All living creatures abhor the depths, and especially the phoenixes, explained the legendary bird. He snorted before continuing. That's unimportant for now. You must kill this Anatole and retrieve his urn. Make sure you destroy his abominations. Priam bowed his head. I will, O Phoenix. I swear it on my last feather. Head bent, Priam couldn't see the phoenix's reaction, but he seemed to sense surprise. You know our customs and have my blood running through you. How strange. What do you ask in exchange for your promise? Now's the time. I humbly ask for an apprenticeship. The phoenix sighed. I suspected as much. Unfortunately, it's impossible. Priam raised his head in surprise. Have I done something wrong? Don't get me wrong, Priam. I'm just a fragment of a broken consciousness. I cannot offer you what you desire. The mythical animal approached Priam. Its warmth seemed both lively and comforting. Wild but benevolent. The young man felt wrapped in a soft cocoon that reminded him of the moment before his resurrection, when he knew that in the space of, he who eludes death, nothing could happen to him. The phoenix resumed. You've purified this part of my consciousness, which deserves a reward. Now that you're sharing my bloodline, even if it is extremely diluted, I'm going to teach you an attack of my clan. Normally, we use our talons, but your spear will do. The phoenix moved even closer to Priam. If my gratitude is one thing, your promise is another. In agreement with the system, I will offer you a long quest to combat the influence of the depths. At each level, you'll earn rewards, provided by the system and by a portion of my personal fortune. Do you accept? Priam nodded. I renew my oath. Good. System, witness our arrangement. New quest, a light in the depths. You've released part of the consciousness of a phoenix prince. You've defeated the spawn of the depths. Free your civilization from this infestation. All abominations on the moon must be destroyed. Reward, the Phoenix Prince's flame will light your soul. Difficulty, legendary. Recover or destroy the urn of the deep. Reward, your bound weapon will be tempered by the grace of the Phoenix. Difficulty, legendary. Kill Anatole Aili Samel. Reward, purification of your Phoenix bloodline. Difficulty, legendary. Priam opened his mouth, before closing it again. The rewards are incredible. And the difficulty of killing Anatole increased. The system is fair. The rewards could be better, but you already have a quest asking you to kill this man. I am providing all the rewards, but the system guarantees them. The last reward is exceedingly rare and only possible because I seek to weaken my main consciousness. I'm going to be transfused from your real body? A mirthless laugh seized the phoenix. No, I don't have that power. But I have a few drops of primordial blood in one of the system banks. Since I'm the only uncorrupted party, I'm the only one with access to them. Corruption has deprived my original of certain rights. But that's not important now. Just know that your bloodline is currently too poor to have any real effect. If it were purified. It's an exceptional reward, believe me. Priam grinned, then felt a wave of heat warm his face. Concentrate on the present. This Anatole must be complicated to kill for the difficulty to be so high. For now, learn. My technique is called, Earth of Ash, Sea of Steam, Infinite Firmament, Phoenix pierces all tribulations. The Phoenix laughed at Priam's stunned gaze. We Phoenix like long sentences. My people would capture you if they found you, so I permit you to rename it. Don't worry, this attack complements your current skills. Now, watch and learn. Image. Priam opened his eyes. The explosions had stopped, and the cathedral was no longer shaking. His haze told him that he had dropped one level. He was now in the treasure room. The thought made him smile, but not as much as his last notification. You have gained the skill, Tribulation Piercing Spear Rare. He had named the attack himself. Right now, it was a little presumptuous, but Priam knew he wouldn't always be this weak. If he didn't die on the way, he'd eventually reach the zenith. Image Claire was running through the alleyways of the dome. She had managed to escape Mercury by using her potential to strengthen her mental skills. It hadn't been easy, and when she arrived in front of the hotel housing her little sister, she had smiled in spite of herself. All the sacrifices had been worth it. Unfortunately, the reunion hadn't gone as planned. No sooner had she knocked on the door than men appeared in the alley. Claire had hesitated, should she flee or protect her sister under unfavorable circumstances? As she hesitated, she recognized one of them. It was Mercury's sommelier, and Claire realized she'd never escaped. 5 minutes later, a dozen men were after her, and her sister had surely been captured. I led them to her, she cursed herself. Eyes glistening with tears and anger, Claire arrived at a marketplace. The market. A few meters away stood the pyramid she had left after betraying Priam. A plan began to form in her head. The only way to get her sister back was a hostage exchange. Mercury might not love anyone, but Priam wanted his family back. But first, I've got to get away. Mercury's men were just a few yards away, and Claire knew she couldn't escape them without a fight. She dashed into the crowd. Thousands of men, women, and children were trying to buy and sell their goods. They were all trying to adapt to this cruel new world. These poor people will die in the war that's coming soon. The guards were almost close enough to touch her, and Claire made a decision. Bloodthirsty madness? The crowd fell silent before shouting. The gold of the dome turned red. The Chaos Sorceress had a plan. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 148, +1. Constitution 245. Agility 153, +1. Vitality 273, +19. Perception 286. Mental. Vivacity 172. Dexterity 168, +1. Memory 39. Willpower 251. Charisma 138. Meta. Meta Affinity 126. Meta Focus 94. Meta Endurance 80. Meta Perception 26. Meta Chance 114. Potential 1091. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 18 hours 8 minutes and 42 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 22 hours, 28 minutes, 36 seconds. Priam straightened up and quickly consulted the tribulations timer. 12 minutes had passed since the explosion. In his mental space, he had suffered for several hours under the Phoenix's guidance. The Phoenix had demonstrated its skill over and over again. Apparently, the Phoenixes had excellent ether perception, enabling them to observe the exact functioning of a skill and then emulate it. Any Phoenix was expected to understand the basics after seeing it just once. Some were able to improve their new skill directly to level 10. Priam was far from having that kind of perception. Fortunately, in his mental space, his perception was high. Even so, it had taken him almost 3 hours to acquire the skill. At least his ether perception had improved. LVL up, ether perception, LVL 910. Meta, perk, +6. Priam now understood that not all races were born equal. He could increase his vivacity and memory to exceptional levels, but no attribute ruled talent. Only specific resources, titles, talents, and opportunities could profoundly alter an individual's mind and soul. According to the Phoenix, improving one's bloodline was one of them. Sighing, Priam dusted off his pants. His jacket had been reduced to ashes. What mattered was where Priam ended up, not where he began. The Viscount quickly checked his notifications. LVL up, thermal resistance, LVL 9, 10, 11, 12. Const, +4. Sleeping in an inferno did help. Priam smiled as he read his notification. He'd had to be burned alive fighting ants to gain a few resistance levels. Today, his title, Infantile Phoenix, gave him a pseudo-immunity to weak flames. Sleeping surrounded by flames strengthened him rather than harming him. With this kind of advantage, the gap between him and most humans would only widen. Priam then consulted his other notifications. Heat resistance has reached level 20, its maximum level as a common skill. Depending on your background, 3 upgrades are available. Infantile Phoenix, detected. Merging, thermal resistance. Upgrade. Heat resistance rare, general upgrade. No future upgrade possible. Potential cost, 5. Infantile Phoenix metabolism rare, your body has burned more than once. Phoenix blood runs through your veins. Future upgrades possible. Potential cost, 100. You have selected the skill, Infantile Phoenix metabolism rare. Pot -100. Infantile Phoenix metabolism rare, your body is transformed. Your cells become half material, half ethereal. The chemical reactions your body needs to function change. Slowly, you're letting go of your humanity. It is the path you have chosen in order to survive. You can now convert part of your thermal energy into pure ether. The water in your body remains liquid even at over 100 degrees Celsius 1 bar pressure. Vit +2. Const +1. Priam had been surprised by the cost of the upgrade 100 points of potential. He suspected that something was different this time. The skill description wasn't very long but indicated that each of his cells had changed. And so did he. The potential opened a bridge between the concepts and Priam's body. He felt a flame rising in his heart and spreading through his veins. The next instant, some kind of electric current ran through his whole body and Priam spasmed. He lost consciousness for a second as, brainless, tried to disconnect his consciousness from his brain. The next instant, his brain reconnected, and Priam took a deep breath. The intense pain had only lasted a second. His title had already prepared him and his body was simply adapting to the new blood flowing through his veins. After all, phoenixes were more ethereal than material. After a second breath, Priam reread his notification. He wasn't really human anymore. With his titles, his constitution, and now this skill, he could run his hand through a flame without feeling pain. Priam wondered for a second what this meant. Would his family recognize him? Where would the changes stop? Was he still able to procreate? And how do I feel about it all? Priam didn't yet know how to answer this question. He was doing what he had to do to survive, and wouldn't have taken a less powerful option. Above all, beggars can't be choosers. In order not to die and to remain free, Priam knew he would have to make many sacrifices. His third inhalation triggered a coughing fit that prevented Priam from feeling sorry for himself. He took a second to try and breathe, but the smoke and dust made it difficult. LVL up, asphyxia resistance, LVL 2. Vit +2. Meta, end, +1. Grimacing, Priam stood up to observe his surroundings. Rubble surrounded him, and the mixture of smoke and dust prevented him from seeing much. Flames had also broken out on the carpet and some furniture decorating the room. His new title conferred him some fire immunity, and the heat comforted him. Surrounded by the fires, he felt good despite the lack of visibility. Only ether perception, and his mist gave him some information about the surroundings. Firstly, above him, the ceiling was over 10 meters high. Priam realized that the explosion had partially destroyed the separation between the two vaults. He was now in the real Revenant's treasure room. This one was smaller and decorated in red. According to his ethereal perception, there were 5 pedestals in the room. Before dealing with the treasures they contained, Priam recalled his spear and moved towards a mass of flesh and bone a few meters away. Alpha was at death's door. The explosion had charred most of the abomination's flesh. Its remaining muscles, ligaments, and bones were too heavy to move correctly. The chimera dragged itself pitifully along the ground, trying to escape the flames. Priam stopped at his level and looked at the monster, the result of the unnatural fusion of humans, cores, and black magic. He had nothing against black magic as long as it was used against his enemies. As he watched the creature to guess where to strike, a detail stopped him in his tracks. One of the recognizable faces in the still intact mass of flesh was familiar to him. Eidetic memory gave him the information he was looking for. The features bore some resemblance to Elbin. A screaming Elbin. "Elbin," whispered Priam. The abomination stopped. Only the crackling of flames and the creaking of the last beams holding up the rest of the ceiling disturbed the silence. Seconds later, the abomination began to move again. Priam shook his head and cocked his spear. Gloomily, he brought it down on the chimera. He didn't feel sorry for Albin but for all the humans caught up in this madness. The hoplite weapon found a crack in the bone cage and split it open. Priam bent down to pick up the 6 cores inside. A new creak was heard, and he hurried towards the first pedestal. It wouldn't be long before the ceiling collapsed utterly, and he had no desire to improve, admirer of Atlas. Quest completed, Abomination 2. Reward, potential plus 300. LVL up, depths resistance, LVL 11-12. Participation, 62%. You have eliminated 3 Viscount rank abominations aided by the Cult of Revenants. Surface orb, obtained. LVL up, depths resistance, LVL 11-12. Const, plus 4. Vit plus 4. Will plus 10. Lance 1 Priam sorted and put the various treasures back into his pockets. He was delighted with his haul and even more so with his quest reward. All the treasures were fascinating, and 2 were equivalent to a phoenix tier. As the ceiling creaked more and more, Priam wondered what to do next. Sphinx was waiting for him to fight the Lord of the Dome. On the other hand, he still had over 10 hours before he had to kill the Lord. He could also try to get new rewards from the Colosseum. Or he could try to kill Anatole during his fight with the Earl. He had several options, but only the best would increase his chances of surviving the tribulations. Fortunately for him, he had access to the solution. What must I do to be as ready as possible for my tribulations? Warning, you've already asked this question. 17 questions left. Shit. That complicated things. Now he had to be careful with his questions. After a second's thought, Priam tried something else. Should I join Sphinx, go to the Colosseum or find Anatole? He might be missing a good opportunity by not broadening his question enough, but Priam wanted to save broad questions for the future. Answer, join the Earl and warn Sphinx that Anatole is attacking. Lance 1 Priam stopped just before the sacrificial hall. No one had yet cleaned the corpse of the abomination. He wasn't a churchgoer, and the existence of the concepts must have contradicted most religious texts. Nevertheless, he hoped these poor souls would find rest. Reaching the back of the room, he grabbed a torch from the wall, then pushed open the door. Behind it lay a natural corridor similar to the one he had used to enter the dome. Priam quickly climbed up it. He had to leave Viracocha to find Anatole and the Earl. Fortunately, a reward from a previous quest had shown him the location of the Earl's courtyard. Anatole would be there and his army with him. With a bit of luck, completing most of his objectives in one go would be possible. All he had to do was kill all the abominations, 2 more generals, a champion, the Grand Master of the Revenants, and maybe even the Earl of the Dark Wood. Easy win. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. Sphinx would undoubtedly arrive soon. To warn her, he had an idea. The message for humanity could be a broadcast resonating all over the moon. Humans who couldn't attend the reunion would just receive a notification. Priam was quite proud of his message. For humanity, hi Pappus, hi sis, it's Priam. It's an apocalypse and as expected, I'm doing fine. Some friends of mine are coming to reunite us. They know your age, Pappus. I love you. Sphinx, change of plan, join me. With the information he'd given, his family would be able to confirm that he was alive. Priam felt a brief twinge of sadness as he sent the message. He would have liked to tell them 1,000 things, but the message was limited. Nevertheless, he had managed to say the most important things. He may have been a paranoiac, but he was wary of revenants. After the stone door, the tunnel leading out of the dome took many detours. Using his skills and attributes, Priam moved quickly, but the tunnel was too dark to go very fast. The wall had been attacked with pickaxes, and there were no luminous crystals left, as there had been in the tunnel he'd traveled through with Claire. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 18. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. The tunnel was coming up at last, and Priam prepared himself. As he emerged from the ground, the sun momentarily blinded him. Priam looked away and swore as he heard the sound of weapons. He should have known the exit was guarded. "Halt," resounded a man's voice. The Viscount sighed at the idiotic order. He was already at a standstill. "Disclose your identity." Priam's eyes began to adjust to the light as he spread his fingers to check his surroundings. He was well outside Viracocha, the earth perched high in the sky was evidence of that, and at the bottom of a crater. On its ledges, 20 armed men were present. Their commander looked like an old military man, coolly observing Priam. He smiled. Less than 3 days had passed since he had returned to the dome. Since then, everything had changed. His mist, now invisible, invaded the crater and would soon reach the enemy's positions. All he had to do was gain a few seconds. Priam raised his hands. Aye. Don't shoot. He's coming, he's right behind me. We've got to run, or he'll kill us. The military man frowned. Who's he? Priam Azura. LVL up, acting, LVL 4. Char +3. What? But why would he come here? Priam answered with a shudder. To kill Anatole and the abominations. Instantly, the military man's eyes hardened, and his facial muscles twitched. Priam relaxed and smiled. What betrayed me? It's Grand Master Anatole for us. Disrespect is severely punished among the revenants. Too bad. I'll know next time, replied Priam. There won't be a next time. Attack. Priam disappeared and reappeared behind the leader. A blow from his spear decapitated the commander, and chaos ensued. Bullets flew in his direction as Priam activated bullet time. His perception of time accelerated so much that he could see the trajectories of the projectiles. His haze gave him information on each of the hundreds of bullets targeting him. Priam concentrated on his body and activated micro. A notification appeared, but he ignored it. Bullets were flying in his direction and the Viscount focused on the nearest one. When it came within 2 meters of him, he pointed his spear in its direction. The large caliber bullet grazed the tip of his weapon. Priam thrust his spear slightly so as to hit the side of the shot. In a fraction of a second, he stole the bullet's energy, changed its trajectory with his spear, and returned its momentum. The bullet's trajectory was altered by just a few degrees. That was enough. Priam's vivacity had enabled him to calculate its future trajectory. The shot continued on its way, passing just a few centimeters from his jaw. A meter further on, it entered the nose of the revenant who had approached to stab Priam. You have gained the skill, Battle Flow Rare. Priam's lips stretched. He leaped forward, dodging some bullets and deflecting others. The number of projectiles was such that he sometimes couldn't avoid them all. At such times, Priam let the smaller bullets hit him. Kinetic control prevented him from taking damage. LVL up, dodge, LVL 9. AGI +1. The third adversary unloaded 5 bullets, each striking the same spot on the young Viscount's torso. The sharpshooter's eyes widened in horror as he saw that his attacks had not left a mark. Priam's spear brought him peace. The age of firearms is over. Priam lunged at the next revenant, who had drawn a sword. Priam dodged a thrust by moving to his right. The opponent turned his movement into a horizontal strike. The staff of the hoplite spear stopped the blow, and Priam held out his hand. The revenant leaped back. Priam smiled as he watched him flee. The poor man was fast, but Priam was a monster. He used a kinetic charge to accelerate, and his finger touched the revenant's chin. Discharging part of the kinetic charge he had absorbed during Mathes's explosion, the revenant's body broke the sound barrier. The acceleration killed him instantly, and the corpse exploded, striking one of the revenants on the other side of the crater. The 5th revenant chose this moment to pounce on Priam, a cooking grenade in his hand. Disappearing with a wink, Priam rode through the mist to the other end of the crater. A young revenant watched the carnage with horrified eyes. Priam pierced his heart before hearing a grenade explode. As he withdrew his spear, he felt a pang of pain in his right cheek. Priam instantly teleported 30 meters above the crater and brought a hand to his cheek. The scarlet color covering his fingers was familiar. His constitution had protected him from the worst, and to him the wound was superficial. With a stern look, Priam observed the battlefield. Kinetic control allowed him to float for a few moments. Under bullet time, less than a second had passed since his disappearance, and the revenants were looking for him. LVL up, divination resistance, LVL 8. Meta, AFFI, +3. Scanning the crater with his eyes, Priam's gaze came to rest on a man lying on the ground, a sniper rifle in his hands, wearing a ghillie suit. His eyes could barely see him, and his mist failed to detect him. Only ether perception highlighted the sniper's presence. Priam cocked his spear and threw it before disappearing. He reappeared on the crater's crest, on the sniper's opposite side. The sniper instantly changed his line of fire, and Priam waved his hand. The man died a tenth of a second later. The spear passed through his body and exploded the rock he was standing on. Priam reached into his pocket and jumped out. He had appeared in the midst of a 5-man team. They had opened fire immediately. These revenants were clearly adept with firearms, for, despite the crossfire, no one hit an ally. Anatole had the entrance to Viracocha professionally guarded. No man could have left the town. Unfortunately for them, Priam was no longer just a man. At the top of his leap, almost 5 meters high, Priam, feet up to the stars and head down, opened his hand toward his opponents. It contained a handful of grains of sand from the Ducal Palace training room. Priam charged them with all the kinetic energy at his disposal. LVL up, balance, LVL 5. AGI +1. DEXT +2. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 23. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. The tiny grains of sand disappeared from Priam's sight due to their terrifying speed. The resistance of the air was enormous, but so was their energy. This kind of attack would lose all power after a few dozen meters. But Priam was close to his enemies. A fraction of a second later, the cone-shaped attack reached the revenants. All 5 bodies exploded, and so did the ground beneath them. The explosion raised a cloud of dust, and the few surviving revenants attacked the cloud. A few seconds later, out of bullets, they stopped to reload. The calm only lasted a second. One of the revenants dropped his weapon and put his hands to his neck. A 2-centimeter diameter hole had appeared there. He collapsed to the ground, and Priam continued his work. The sound of gunfire resounded again. Like the rising sun, Priam advanced, unstoppable. To these revenants, he was more a force of nature than a man. He was their tribulation. At last, he stopped. His spear had just tasted the blood of the last revenant. Priam looked one last time in the commander's direction. I was right, Commander. There will be a next time. Looking in the direction of the Earl's courtyard, Priam began to run. The fight hadn't lasted more than 2 minutes. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 148. Constitution 251, +6. Agility 156, +3. Vitality 284, +11. Perception 288, +2. Mental. Vivacity 174, +2. Dexterity 176, +8. Memory 39. Willpower 263, +12. Charisma 141, +3. Meta. Meta Affinity 129, +3. Meta Focus 98, +4. Meta Endurance 81, +1. Meta Perception 32, +6. Meta Chance 114. Potential, 1323, +232. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 17 hours, 1 minute and 16 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 21 hours, 21 minutes 10 seconds. At the dome, Mercury was having breakfast. The schedules of many humans had been turned upside down. On the moon, the sun wouldn't set for another 10 days. It would remain daylight throughout the rest of the reunion. Or night, depending on where you were. Despite his vitality, Mercury preferred to continue listening to his biological clock. In his opinion, man needed a framework to be truly effective. You didn't work in bed, you didn't sing sitting down, and you got up early after at least 8 hours sleep. Just as he was enjoying a croissant dipped in chocolate milk, his secretary interrupted him. Master Mercury, news from Viracocha. Biting into his croissant, he beckoned her to continue. Viscount Priam met with artisan boss before entering the Cathedral of the Revenants. They reached an agreement that the tailor respects. He postponed an offer from Prometheus to keep his word. According to our divinators, Priam has left Viracocha and is preparing to face Anatole and his army, reported the secretary. What's the last news about the clashes between the Earl and Anatole? The Earl is certainly restricted by the system. His viscounts are gradually losing the upper hand, and Anatole's chimeras are gaining power daily. If war were declared on the spot, Anatole would lose. But he's getting stronger every second, and every loss on the Earl's side strengthens the cult. Add to this the mass kidnappings taking place in many domes, and the revenants are more and more numerous. By tomorrow, Anatole will certainly launch a massive assault. Mercury shook his head as he analyzed the situation. Everything was rushing ahead as the reunion was ending in about 3 days. The Earl of the Dark Wood, the Revenants, and the Champion of Humanity were preparing for battle. Sphinx, the Lord of the Dome, was also likely to show up. Mercenaries and all warring factions would try to profit from the chaos. It was enough to be the last to plunge one's sword into the weary heart of an Earl or Champion to be rewarded. The merchant had no trouble imagining all those currently sharpening their swords. The first being Prometheus. Still no news of this Prometheus? Nothing he hasn't revealed himself. Thanks to his talent, he's gradually building up the most powerful human army. Only the Alliance has been able to compete since Victoria took over. Mercury nodded. His own talent had managed to partially inform him of Prometheus. King by divine right, made it possible to accept loyalty from anyone, thereby breaking the chains and contracts previously in place. Prometheus was currently using it to release certain warriors attached to alien factions from their promises. The man was charismatic enough to attract human fighters to him. But even without that, between centuries of servitude in the service of aliens and a few decades in the service of a human, the choice was obvious. Mercury's talent and skills were geared toward setting up contracts between two parties. To him, Prometheus was a natural enemy. But worse than that, this man was painting a target on humanity. No alien empire, faction, or guild would agree to work with humans who could easily renege on their promises. Worse still, these factions would seek to kill Prometheus to ensure that the foundation of their power would not be impacted. After all, certain champions of young civilizations had been bound by harsh contracts thousands of years ago. Today, these slaves were immeasurably powerful and dreamed only of revenge. If Prometheus offered them this opportunity, thousands of worlds would burn, and the collateral damage would be titanic. But we might as well concentrate on the present. Mercury used his napkin to clean himself up and concentrated on the present. Having a trace of milk in the corner of his mouth was the kind of small mistake that could affect the image his subordinates had of him. It was unthinkable, as he drew his power from the trust others placed in him. In the ancient world, Mercury had already understood that there was a fine line between being and appearing. When a man looked rich, he attracted investment. When a company looked stable, people put their money into it. The world had changed, but not humans. Calmly, why get angry when he couldn't control the situation? He gave his orders. Share our information on the Revenants with as many domes as possible. We must take advantage of the absence of Anatole and his abominations to crush the rest of the Revenants. As for Priam, tell our agent to be careful. Priam is about to unleash his tribulation, which will be humanity's first. If it's as impressive as I think, he'd better watch from far away. The secretary bowed and left. Mercury took the time to finish his hot chocolate before getting up. He had letters to write and webs to weave. His power came from men, not from himself. The reunion was progressing much faster than expected. But before all that, he had one thing to confirm. Now, is the little sister telling the truth? Would Claire really have died several days before the tutorial? Image Anatole watched his henchmen build a new camp. Among the Revenants, some mercenaries knew how to build efficient camps. They may have run out of excavators, but the abominations were an excellent workforce. Battles against the forces of the Dark Wood were being won more often, which meant that the cult had to advance into the wood. Anatole knew that the Earl awaited him in its depths, but he wasn't afraid. He had seen the absolute depths. The urn trembled in his hand, and Anatole poured some water into it. He had tested with blood and noticed no particular effect. Water was more convenient, didn't smell foul, and didn't clot. It was perhaps less terrifying for his subordinates, but Anatole had stopped paying attention to them. The water's surface blurred and Anatole saw the crater, one of Viracocha's natural exits. A team of highly trained, heavily armed ex-soldiers protected the entrance. They were all dead. Anatole mentally asked the urn to give him the appearance of the murderer, and the water became cloudy. Anatole vaguely distinguished a young man running across a lunar plain. All details were blurred, and the young man was blurred. Anatole stopped his divination as he felt a headache coming on. He knew who had done it. There were very few humans capable of blocking his perception. The only one who could run unhindered and at the speed of a car was the champion of mankind. Viscount Priam Azura. The question wasn't what he'd come here to do. Like all idealists, the boy must have thought that the sacrifices caused by the revenants were horrible and indefensible. Anatole had no desire to argue with the champion. He had an earl to kill. But he proved to be as powerful as he was stubborn. If Priam had managed to survive his trap, he deserved to be taken seriously. The master of revenants' instinct never betrayed him. It hadn't betrayed him when he'd arrived in a judge's prison after the tutorial. It hadn't betrayed him when he retrieved a fragment of that same judge's essence. He had navigated the murky waters of Viracocha, the Real City, where a god sat, had dodged the wrong places and questions. He had survived and allied himself with the revenants, then converted himself. For his instincts told him this, it was the only way to realize his dream. To do so, he had to complete a feat and make a wish to the concepts. Some quest rewards or achievements offered the user rewards related to their dream. Anatole had found his feat, defeating an earl. According to his calculations and the progression curve of nobility titles, Baron, Viscount, Earl and Earl must have been the equivalent of a monster at the end of Tier 1. Perhaps even a weak Tier 2. Asking humans, users of the system for less than 10 days, to defeat a Tier 2 was ridiculous. But it was the kind of impossible feat that would please the concepts. To achieve the impossible, you sometimes had to get your hands dirty. Sometimes the end justifies the means. Anyone who says otherwise hasn't experienced a real dilemma. Image LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 19. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. LVL up, Divination Resistance, LVL 9-10. Meta, AFFI, +6. You have gained the skill, Battle Flow Rare. Battle Flow Rare, you were born in a time of peace. Today, you live in a time of war. Your temperament changes when the sound of battle resounds. Can you hear the song of war? Follow its rhythm and triumph. Battle Flow isn't battle rap, but you should still be the MC. Perk +1. DEXT +2. Achievement Bronze, you are the 5th human to unlock the Micro Supremacy. To control your body is to control your world. The 7 concepts congratulate you. Potential +50, Meditation, LVL up. Bonus, Achievement, LVL up, Meditation, LVL 12, 13, 14. Will +9. 2 hours later, Priam stopped, out of breath, but smiling. I see my achievements are of interest to some people. He had also noticed that the rewards were much greater when you were first. Being 5th to unlock Micro had briefly disappointed him before he gave it a moment's thought. Some monks spent their whole lives working their bodies through exercise and meditation. Micro was an obvious step once they had access to a bit of ether. Priam quickly consulted his tribulations timer. He didn't have a second to lose and had run as fast as he could. He hadn't stopped to kill the few monsters he'd encountered, nor drink or rest. His reserves of endurance were so monstrous that he had crossed 3/4 of the distance separating him from his objective. He thought he'd covered at least 150 kilometers and could have done more if the terrain had been less uneven. After all, his skills were optimized for this kind of feat. During his run, he had climbed hills, dodged monsters, crossed swamps, rivers, and impact-ridden plains. Perhaps he could have ended up at the Earl's base, but a discovery had stopped him. Opposite him was the remnant of a memorable battle. He was crossing a fairly young boreal forest. The system must have grown it recently. Firs, pines, and spruces covered the taiga. Still young, they had not withstood the recent confrontation, and an artificial clearing now opened up before Priam. In the center of the clearing, an abomination had been torn apart. It looked rather like the ones he'd killed a few hours ago. Flesh, muscle, sinew, cartilage, and human bone had blended to create a hellish chimera. The bone cage protecting its cores had been torn and shredded with violence. The culprit stood not far away. A titanic bear leaned against an imposing fir tree. Identification: Blueberry Viscount, an ancient inhabitant of the Canadian forests. The only time this bear ever dealt with men, they wanted his hide. Literally. As a loyal follower of the Earl of Darkwood, he hates humans. He's currently wounded, poisoned, and driven mad by pollution. You should put him out of his misery. But don't sell the skin till you've caught the bear. LVL up, identification, LVL 7. MEM, +1. Priam approached cautiously, and with good reason. The bear was still breathing. Sensing that he was being approached, it opened his eyes and growled. Easy, friend. I'm not going to attack a wounded bear. You might want to keep your claws put away. Your species is already endangered, so don't be stupid, okay? The bear must not have shared Priam's love of biodiversity, for it began to rise to his feet. It must have thought that a swipe of its paw would be enough to silence the impudent man. It wasn't wrong, a single claw would have been a long dagger for Priam. I'm looking for the Earl's court. Can you show me the way? The bear snarled in earnest, rearing up on its hind legs. Priam watched the monster in front of him for a moment. The ursid was over 5 meters tall, and each of its limbs was the diameter of a full-grown pine tree. Despite the rivers of blood running down the beast's body, it was impressive in its majesty and savagery. Priam had never felt so small. 2 weeks ago, Priam might have lost control of his bladder when he came face to face with this monster. He wasn't afraid to admit that he hadn't always been brave. Besides, being fearless in front of that bear wouldn't have been courage. It would have been madness. Watching the ground redden at the animal's feet, Priam hesitated to move on. He had little to gain by facing it and could certainly run faster than a multi-ton monster, especially when wounded. But it's also an opportunity to face a real Viscount. It'll give me an idea of how powerful the Earl really is. I'm not going to lie to you, I don't intend to kill a conscious being who's done nothing to me. If you don't attack me, I'll leave Blueberry, Priam finally declared. The animal held and lunged at Priam. Priam's French accent had made a mockery of his first name, and it shall never know that the man hadn't been trying to make a fool of him. With a kinetic charge, Priam dodged the attack. Blueberry must have been blinded by rage, for his wounds barely slowed him down. He was losing a lot of blood, and Priam noticed that the dark color of his fur hid exceptionally deep gashes. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to wait for his wounds to take him. As he prepared to activate bullet time, Priam changed his mind. A glance at his attributes told him that a few extra perception points would be enough to trigger a fifth tribulation. Thus, he would have to be careful to avoid leveling up skills based on his perception. Which means I'll be crippled for almost 20 hours. Unless I trigger my tribulations early. Blueberry snapped Priam back to reality as he returned to the charge. The warrior dodged again and attempted an attack with his spear. He quickly extended his arm, using every muscle to make a clean stroke. Priam smiled as he felt Micro and Battle Flow activate. Their combination allowed him to use his body fully while taking in his surroundings. The sensation of being closer to the world and his body was euphoric. The hoplite weapon hit its target, the Viscount's back, and came to an abrupt halt. Despite Priam's strength, the Viscount's dense fur and thick skin were enough to stop the hoplite weapon. Priam squinted as he analyzed the monster in front of him. At least 500 of constitution and certainly some resistance, Priam analyzed. Priam realized that the battle between the forces of the Revenants and the Earl was decimating their ranks but strengthening the survivors. The Viscount in front of him must have evolved rapidly over the last few days. Priam had just become a Viscount, and even if his power was great, he still had a long way to go before being the top dog. Priam got into position, expecting another charge. Less than 10 meters away, an insignificant distance for such fast opponents, Blueberry was sizing him up. Despite the pain, the beast was on his guard. Priam's expression hardened as he realized his opponent wasn't letting its instincts precipitate its downfall. The bear had realized that charging would be useless. After several seconds of waiting, Priam provoked it. "So Teddy, are we tired?" Blueberry opened its mouth and the world shook. Priam put his hands to his ears as his vision blurred and his inner ear malfunctioned. The beast's howl was so powerful it paralyzed the young man. When his ears gave way and silence fell, he staggered. Looking up, he saw the bear glow. The blood it had lost floated towards the animal, drawing runes on its body. Its wounds were still terrible and the monster was trembling. Despite its condition, Priam instinctively sensed that his adversary had just applied a buff. Priam controlled his breathing and concentrated on micro. Blueberry was undoubtedly the most powerful opponent he had ever faced and had just triggered a skill. There was no indication that it didn't possess others. Without an extra life, Priam intended to be careful. In spite of himself, a smile spread across Priam's lips. It was in this kind of tough fight, with no safety net, that he felt most alive. That he felt himself growing. Man and beast watched each other in silence for a few seconds. Priam concentrated on his mist, then tightened his grip on his spear. He had spotted a wound on the monster's back and intended to exploit it. The beast's flesh must have been less resistant than its skin. He took the initiative by raising his hand and struck forward. Simultaneously, he activated Moon Mist to ride it. Backstab. The boss lunged at him and prepared a titanic paw strike. The two opponents were now only 3 meters apart. The hoplite spear struck empty air. Priam's eyes widened as he felt the mist resist. He hadn't been able to ride it. The area around Blueberry seemed to be locked. It's a lunar viscount too. As Priam realized his skills were not absolute, Blueberry swallowed the distance between them. Its monstrous, sharp claws filled Priam's field of vision. Shit. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 148. Constitution 251. Agility 158, +2. Vitality 284. Perception 289, +1. Mental. Vivacity 174. Dexterity 177, +1. Memory 40, +1. Willpower 274, +11. Charisma 141. Meta. Meta affinity 135, +6. Meta focus 98. Meta endurance 81. Meta perception 32. Meta chance 114. Potential 1389, +66. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 14 hours, 54 minutes and 8 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 19 hours, 14 minutes, 2 seconds. Priam mobilized all his energy reserves. He had no extra life and no intention of dying now. The attack was coming too fast for him to dodge. I'll have to tank it. With all his senses alert and focus, redoubling its efforts, Priam waited for the last moment. The claws were closing on him, and Priam momentarily thought about his death. Blueberry possessed titanic power, capable of tearing through an abomination's protective cage. With its new buff, Priam was unlikely to fully absorb the blow. To absorb the attack without being cut in half, Priam had several ideas. Kinetic control enabled him to absorb the kinetic energy of an object moving in relation to him. For example, he couldn't currently absorb the kinetic energy of the moon's rotation because the satellite was immobile in Priam's frame of reference. Even if he could have, such a quantity of energy would have instantly reduced his body to rubble. If he couldn't cheat like that, then only one solution was left. Priam would simultaneously absorb the Viscount's energy and instantly release it in the opposite direction. Theoretically, if he absorbed 40% of the attack and instantly released this kinetic energy back into his claws with a vector in the opposite direction, he could cancel 80% of the attack. He could thus survive the attack. Better still, if he absorbed more than 50% of the attack, then it would be the bear taking the damage. It was Priam's objective. Blueberry was just a Viscount, and he intended to win this fight. Of course, the timing had to be perfect. A fraction of a second too early, and Priam would miss Blueberry's claws. He'd just push air out of the way, creating an unnecessary gust of wind. A fraction of a second too late, and the monster's claws would already be halfway into his torso. Now. It all happened in a split second. Priam waited until the last moment to use his skill. After all, it was better to wait too long than not long enough. Placing his arms in front of him, he waited for the pain to warn him. Finally, Blueberry's left paw touched him. Kinetic control. On the first use of his skill, Priam felt liquid fire coursing through his veins. Blueberry's attack was so swift and his mass so imposing that the monster developed an insane amount of energy. The lines of blood traced across the monster's body seemed to increase its strength still further. Priam's meridians were being damaged by the ether flowing through them. The kinetic energy absorbed at every moment was enormous. Keeping his skill active, Priam activated a second instance. Kinetic control. Instantly, Priam expelled the energy he was continuously absorbing. More meridians began to burn, and Priam screamed. Apparently, each meridian had a precise role. There also seemed to be an analogy between the system of veins and arteries and that of the meridians. Some meridians led the ether from the outside to the inside, while others made the reverse trip. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 18. Meta, end, +3. As Priam screamed, Blueberry's claws penetrated his right arm, biting into his skin and flesh. Priam's muscles were harder and denser than steel, and, kinetic control, tried to repel the Viscount's claws. Yet they advanced inexorably, slicing through Priam's arm. His shredded muscles slowed down Blueberry. Priam connected to his potential for a moment and redoubled his efforts. Blueberry's claws decelerated until they reached the bone. Pot -3. Priam's frame was too strong, and Blueberry's attack had lost all speed. Priam activated kinetic control a third time. Some of the stolen kinetic charges propelled him backward. With his mass relatively low, Priam flew off. Blueberry now towered over the young Viscount, and he didn't want to be crushed under the beast's weight. LVL up, cut resistance, LVL 6, 7. Const +2. LVL up, perforation resistance, LVL 8, 9. Const +2. Priam landed several meters away in an uncontrolled somersault. Before he could stop, he felt an immense pain piercing his side. "I'm hurt." The wound inflicted by the wolves a few days earlier had healed, only to be replaced by Nemia's own. No sooner had he healed that damage than a new, more serious injury was inflicted. Straightening his head, Priam saw that Blueberry's claws had broken. The creature had invested more in strength than in constitution. The bear seemed stunned, observing its own damage. Priam took the opportunity to drop to his knees before diagnosing his flank. A deep but clean gash was visible. Priam was no expert in human anatomy, but he was no fool. With his vitality and constitution, he should have been able to breathe easily. Yet his breathing was labored and painful. "I must have punctured my right lung." Looking at the ursid's intact claws, Priam understood. They were curved. Even blocking most of the damage with his hands and skills, the tips of the claws had penetrated his flesh and right lung. Priam regretted for a moment that it hadn't been the left lung. It was smaller and therefore transmitted less oxygen to his body. Priam's vitality was already beginning to heal him, but the process would be long. He had noticed that at 100 points and then 200, his vitality had received a qualitative boost. But rather than increasing his regeneration speed, this boost allowed him to heal things that a human couldn't heal. For example, after the sniper's attack destroyed his lower jaw, he could feel some of his teeth growing back. Currently, Priam had 28 times the vitality of a human. He didn't know whether the system increased his regeneration speed linearly. If it did, it would take about a day to heal him. The tribulations would come before. Moreover, there's no guarantee I won't be injured again, Priam winced. He took a quick look at his arms. The claws had bitten severely into his right arm, but the bone was intact. This kind of injury would cripple him briefly, but he could still throw his spear, which was the most important thing. He struggled to his feet, leaning on his weapon. He had to heal quickly. For that, he had little choice. He could use one of the treasures he'd stolen from the revenants. Unfortunately, only one treasure could heal him, and he intended to use it during the tribulations. But I have another possibility. Priam backed slowly into the trees. The boreal forest around him was coniferous and quite humid. The presence of water prevented a fire hazard. But once the fire started, the conifers made excellent fuel. Infant Phoenix can heal me by absorbing flames. While Blueberry was still contemplating its claws, Priam grabbed a gourd and emptied it on a nearby tree. It had come from one of the crater guards he'd just killed and smelled of strong alcohol. Priam didn't know whether it was rum, vodka, or some other ethanol-based beverage, but he did know that a match would be enough to create a nice flame. Priam didn't have a match, but he had something better. He had grenades. As he picked up a grenade, Priam looked up. Blueberry was watching him. "You're strong for a human," growled the beast in English. Priam's eyes widened as he heard the bear speak. He knew the monster was intelligent but didn't think he was intelligent enough to speak. "Are you surprised? I don't see why not. We also gain memory, vivacity, and willpower from our skills. After a certain threshold, the system suggests a quest we instinctively understand. Those who succeed can awaken and become truly sapient. Alternatively, they can choose to remain beasts and benefit from attribute bonuses. It's going to create problems if most animals gain intelligence," Priam winced. Many humans would refuse to hunt animals gifted with speech. But worse than that, if these animals could communicate, nothing would stop them from gathering together and ganging up on humans. Given the power of Orthos, Nemea, and now this Blueberry, humanity will have a hard time surviving. The air began to vibrate, and it took Priam a few seconds before he realized that the Viscount was laughing. "Do you think the majority of animals can succeed in this quest?" "Certainly not. Even among those who do succeed, most lack the knowledge to dominate their instincts and refuse immediate power. Few animals develop true intelligence. Even so, we're still sometimes dominated by our instincts." "But you did it," remarked Priam. "I succeeded. Thanks to men, I knew intelligence would be more useful to me than more attributes," growled the bear. His posture had become menacing, and Priam suspected that the lesson had been learned the hard way. "So why talk to me now?" Priam put his finger in the pin. He was ready to set the forest on fire before continuing the fight. If he did it right, he could heal himself while blinding Blueberry. The bear remained silent for a few seconds before continuing. "Because you're holding an explosive object that I recognize. You're planning to set fire to the forest, and that's an unbearable crime. Normally, we'd stop it quickly, but our forces are concentrated against the false humans. I don't want to see half the forest go up in flames, and I can't stop you from starting a fire if you decide to. So get lost." "I won't hunt you," Blueberry promised. Priam took a few seconds to think. Obviously, the bear didn't want him to set fire to the forest. But he also needed to heal himself. His life was his priority, and he had no shame in finishing off the wounded bear while letting the forest burn. On the other hand, Priam knew that hasty decisions and short-sightedness would not help him defeat his tribulations. Killing Blueberry was a sure way to oppose the Earl. If he arrived in the middle of a war between the Revenants and the Earl's forces without any allies, his quests would be more challenging. Priam wasn't arrogant enough to take on all his enemies at once. Fortunately for him, he had an infinite number of Priams who had already tested all these scenarios. "What should I do with this bear?" Answer: accompany him to the Earl and look for the spring. Priam didn't know the word but was willing to bet it was one of the Revenant's strategic points. "I don't want to burn down this forest. I think we both got off on the wrong foot, Blueberry. We're not enemies, and I've never seen a bear before the system," said Priam, putting the grenade away. It wasn't true, Priam had seen bears in zoos before, but he wasn't stupid enough to tell Blueberry. "So we share no karma. Yet we have an enemy in common. I am the champion of humanity, and I have a plethora of quests asking me to slay Anatole, the Grand Master of the Revenants. I also have other quests asking me to purify the moon of these abominations," continued Priam, pointing to the grotesque corpse and the bear's polluted wounds. "I propose an alliance of circumstances. We don't trust each other, but we don't need trust to crack Anatole's skull. LVL up, acting, LVL 5. Char +3. His speech contained truths and lies, but Priam felt this was necessary. To survive, he would no longer hesitate to lie blatantly. Of course, he had no intention of lying to his friends or family. But until now, he'd often been too frank, and what had that gotten him? A betrayal by Claire and the Revenants. No, if the others want me to tell them the truth, they'll have to prove themselves trustworthy first. Priam clenched his fist, thinking back to Claire. He could still feel the poison coursing through his veins and the pain of his death. I hope for your sake that you run away from me, Claire. Some, like Maya, Mercury, Boss, and Beecher, were beginning to be worthy of his trust, but Priam remained on his guard. Only Sphinx had managed to break through his shell. It was easy for her, because the young lord had the means to kill him 100 times over. In their relationship, she was the strong one. Even so, the mythological creature was unfailingly innocent, and Priam smiled as he thought of her. Blueberry remained silent for a few moments, before growling. I don't trust you, human. But I sense that you are not a false one. That's enough for now. If you want to defeat the degenerate at the head of his macabre army, we have an enemy in common. The bear turned to the tracks left by his previous fight. Accompany me to the court. The Earl will want to see you and verify your words. If you're telling the truth, then you'll keep your life. If you help us, the Earl may reward you. Let's go, there's no time to lose. Priam smiled. Few words and many actions, exactly what he was asking for. Blueberry's last sentence caught his ears. What do you mean, no time to lose? The false humans are preparing their great offensive. Image Priam was running behind Blueberry, holding his right flank. His lung injury was getting worse from the running. The bear was also wounded, but he seemed to ignore it to get home as soon as possible. Behind him, an impressive amount of blood flooded the ground. For the 15th time in 20 minutes, Priam pondered that the Ursid should have lost consciousness. He's going to die soon if he keeps pushing himself. Despite this, the animal moved forward at a frenetic pace, and Priam was forced to follow closely. The animal's backside filled most of Priam's view. The taste of blood in his mouth and his shortness of breath prevented him from concentrating fully. After several minutes of running, the bear stopped and Priam almost ran into him. What is happening? Priam spat blood on the ground before wiping his mouth and starting again. What's happening? Priam circled Blueberry, careful to stay out of reach of the monster's claws. He opened his eyes wide at the sight before him. A few hundred meters away stood a grove of titanic trees. Most of them must have been over 100 meters tall. On their trunks and branches, huts and liana bridges had been built. The creatures that crowded along these infrastructures were anything but human. Without being a city, it was more than a camp. The animals were organized. Welcome to the Earl's court. For a moment, Priam was speechless as he watched the hundreds of animals wandering around. He turned to Blueberry. Are they all smart? He asked. The bear shook his head. Almost all the beasts are wild. It's thanks to the Earl's aura and power that they obey. Without the Earl, they'd be nothing more than animals, fighting over a few resources. Priam nodded. It was reassuring for humanity. But if this Earl can dominate so many beasts, he must be mighty. Suddenly, Priam frowned. Why didn't I notice that grove before? Blueberry shrugged in a very human way. It's protected by the Jubako. The Jubako? Replied Priam. The Earl will explain if you need to know about it. Blueberry stepped forward again, breathing heavily. Enough wasted time. Let's go meet the Earl. It's almost time for his meal, and you wouldn't want to leave him hungry, right? The beast's laugh was cruel and Priam rolled his eyes. This kind of phrase wouldn't be enough to scare him. Fixing his eyes on the grove's center, Priam felt his pain flowing back, for he had a purpose. You may be hungry, Earl, but I'm thirsty for freedom. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 148. Constitution 255, +4. Agility 158. Vitality 284. Perception 289. Mental. Vivacity 174. Dexterity 177. Memory 40. Willpower 274. Charisma 144, +3. Meta. Meta affinity 135. Meta focus 98. Meta endurance 87, plus 3. Meta perception 32. Meta chance 114. Potential, 1394, plus 5. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 14 hours, 25 minutes and 25 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 18 hours, 45 minutes, 19 seconds. Priam felt the difference in atmosphere as soon as he crossed the border. Technically, there was no real separation between the woods and the Earl's courtyard. The trees grew progressively taller, and the ether in the air became more concentrated. Yet Priam could have felt the difference with his eyes closed. His instincts told him that he was in the territory of a predator and being watched. The change in atmosphere could, of course, be linked to a particular resource such as spring. But most annoying of all was the mist, which seemed to keep its distance. Like a stranger, his friend refused to speak to him, and he knew he couldn't write it. It reminded him of a specific memory, his fight with Sphinx. There too, he had been prevented from writing the mist. The sensation was extremely unpleasant, and he felt part of his freedom had been taken away. In this grove, his control over the mist had greatly diminished. Only the fog within a 10-meter radius was still sending him information reluctantly. The phenomenon could have several explanations, but Priam was convinced he was in a domain. An immense domain, belonging to a being capable of manipulating mist over hundreds of meters. It was unlikely to be the work of the Earl. He was undoubtedly powerful, but Priam refused to believe he could be much superior to Sphinx. Even the Lord of the Dome's domain covered only 2 meters around her. Walking alongside Blueberry, Priam theorized that the Earl had placed his court here for a reason. There was a potentially intelligent resource here, endowed with terrifying power. The Jubako, Blueberry spoke of? As he walked, Priam remembered one of the merits that interested him most. Trees of Merit. Each new title opens a new tree of merit and allows you to upgrade a tree of merit once. Upgrading a tree of merit to Tier 9 uses 10 titles and thus condemns 9 other trees. Be careful which trees you upgrade. Moon Viscount, Tier 3, the mist protects you. You're not alone, Mist Child. 7 unused merit points. By upgrading his title to Viscount, Priam had finally unlocked the rest of the Tree of Merit. This one suited him, and he validated it without modifying it. Instantly, he felt the mist around him become friendly again. He was still unable to ride the mist over long distances, but within a zone of about 3 meters around him, he was its master. I suppose it's better than nothing. Moon Viscount, Tier 3, acquired. Moon Viscount, Tier 4, locked. Requires a gold title. 6 unused merit points. Priam took one last look at his merits and decided to choose them after seeing the Earl. With his new titles, he had the opportunity to improve many of them. The question now was what he should prioritize. Blueberry turned to glance behind him, prompting Priam to concentrate. The two companions had walked several hundred meters through the courtyard, taking detours, crossing suspension bridges, and passing under colossal tree roots. They now found themselves among numerous animals. Dogs, cats, pigs, horses, cows, and exotic animals were walking fast. With a glance, Priam knew that all the animals were wild. Where Blueberry moved gracefully, stood up straight, and radiated pride, the animals that crossed their path were hunched over and focused on their task. They pushed bundles or carried resources, usually meat or vegetables, walking with their heads down. Suddenly, Priam understood. The Earl didn't come from a human society. These animals weren't just an army destined to fight Anatole's abominations. They were slaves. The signs were all there. None of them looked at Priam or Blueberry, and all hurriedly moved aside as they passed. Seeing the meat being transported, Priam wondered if they weren't regularly sacrificed to feed the Earl's officers. I see these animals don't have many rights, he said, wincing in pain. Talking with a punctured lung was not a pleasant experience. Blueberry growled. They're beasts. The law of nature remains in force. Those who deserve it will gain intelligence and can then be accepted into our ranks. For the rest, they're food on legs. If I didn't have to take you to the Earl, I'd have bitten one already. The bear turned back to Priam. But I think, as a human, you're in no position to talk about animal cruelty, right? Priam hesitated for a moment. Indeed, some factories didn't respect animals, but that wasn't the case with most farmers. Some really loved their animals and treated them well. The bear snarled. Who knows if there are good reasons to kill? Not me, anyway. I was a wild bear, and frankly, I don't care. Whether you like animals or not, it makes no difference to me. A wild animal does what it has to do to survive. Now hurry up, I'm hungry. Blueberry finished and started walking again. Priam looked up at the Viscount. If this were the subordinate's way of thinking, it would certainly be the master's. The Earl was an intelligent animal with little respect for the life of his fellow man or animal. Priam intended to keep this in mind during their discussion. If I don't show my usefulness, there's a good chance he'll try to kill me. Lance won 5 minutes later, after climbing a sort of vegetal staircase spiraling around the largest tree in the grove, they reached the level of a cavern carved into the wood. Priam spoke no more, concentrating on his alert senses. He'd felt stressed, scrutinized, and pressured ever since he'd started climbing the tree. The mist around him was now hostile. His protective bubble, the mist that still obeyed him, seemed compressed by the surrounding estate. Is it possible that this tree is the owner of the domain? It seemed possible. After all, a tree couldn't easily move or attack. It was likely that the tree specialized in defense and control of its environment. If a mighty tree were to unlock supremacy, it would undoubtedly be a domain. Speaking of the tree, it was majestic. Priam had never had the chance to admire the world's tallest trees before the tutorial, but the sight of this specimen humbled him. Nature was always both splendid and terrifying. Despite his powers, he was still far from rivaling the creation. Perhaps one day. Blueberry paused at the entrance to the cavern before turning to Priam. The courtyard proper is at the end of the cavern. You should bow to the Earl and tell the strict truth. Disrespect is severely punished. You would serve as nutrients for the Jubako. The Jubako? Priam worried. The domain pressing down on him left him no escape. The tree. Without giving any more clues, Blueberry turned and started down the steps. Priam watched the bear leave, before focusing on the dark cavern. Despite his perception, he couldn't make out any light at the bottom of the tunnel. It was inky black. The tree's diameter was exceptional, around 20 meters, but Priam should have seen the end of it. Sighing, the young Viscount hesitated to waste one of his questions. Perhaps there was nothing dangerous here, and his previous answers had indicated that he should come here to join the Earl. But maybe he needed to make a good impression. If there were a test, he'd rather know about it. After all, he had no extra life left and didn't intend to die rushing into a trap. If this is an ambush, I swear I'll burn down this forest, he promised himself. Reflecting for a second on the wording of his question, Priam made up his mind. What mattered most now was his survival and the benefits he could gain from his encounter with the Earl. How can I get the most out of my encounter with the court? Answer, ultimately, the poisoner may consume the crimson fruit. Priam squinted and analyzed the answer. The sentence was in 3 parts. The first certainly meant that the benefits or rewards would be obtained at the end of something. Perhaps he'd have to finish the war or kill the Earl before getting the best rewards. The third part of the sentence also seemed obvious. The best reward would be the fruit of a tree, surely this one. A crimson-colored fruit was suspicious after Blueberry had mentioned sacrifice. Priam restrained a laugh. As long as it's not my blood. Finally, the most crucial part was the middle of the sentence. The poisoner. Priam had to poison something, but what? The tree? The Earl? The entire court? Was this a literal expression or not? If so, where to find the poison? The answer raised many questions, but Priam trusted himself and his doubles. He would find the answer in the next few hours, before his tribulations. In any case, the fruit and the tree on which it stood seemed to be at the center of it all. Priam quickly identified the tree. Identification. Sequoia sempervirens ether, Jubako, Earl, a majestic, thirsty tree. Although not the most outstanding representative of its species, it was one of the largest trees in the ancient world. Transplanted to the moon, it now lacks the natural resources to survive. So this sequoia evolved to adapt to its new environment. Its red fruits are rare treasures. Be careful, the sweetest fruits don't grow on the nicest trees. Priam wasn't completely stupid, all the clues suggested that the tree consumed meat and blood to keep growing. It certainly lured its victims with its fruit before crushing them and extracting their nutrients. If the identification and its conclusions weren't clear enough, ether perception also warned Priam. Seen through his new senses, the tree was an ether beacon in the mist. The amount of ether it contained was properly terrifying. Next to it, the Viscount-ranked abomination was ridiculous. Is this Anatole's goal? This tree should be able to create an abomination more powerful than an earl. Only one question remained: what was the nature of the relationship between the sequoia and the earl? The Viscount focused again. If Blueberry hadn't lied, the court and the earl would be waiting for him at the end of this tunnel. Thinking for a few seconds was expected, but if Priam hesitated too much, he might be seen as a coward. The earl didn't seem to be the kind of animal who forgave this trait. Taking a final breath, Priam stepped into the dark tunnel. Lance 1, the human, had just entered the path of the mist. The earl growled. In his mind, he preferred to call it the path of blood. The tree's appetite was hard to keep at bay. However, every court member had taken this path. It was one of two ways to get to the court and by far the most dangerous. It allowed the earl to test his officer's abilities and determination. At present, this gave him time to decide the human's fate. A war was coming, and the noble lion had no intention of dying out of arrogance. The earl looked down at the bear, bending his knee before him. Despite his injuries, Blueberry was aware that he had to be more respectful than ever about court etiquette. After all, the court was made up of monsters who, even a week earlier, would have pounced on the bear, sensing his weakness. At present, it was Blueberry's only means of survival. His subordinate was wounded, but despite the call of his stomach, the earl had no intention of devouring him. On the one hand, the stench of the depths made him want to vomit. On the other hand, the Viscount had shown intelligence and almost loyalty. Two qualities all too rare in this assembly. Moreover, with the imminent attack of the possessed human and his monstrous army, the earl needed all his subjects. But not all the bear's wounds were caused by the abomination. His claws were broken, and that was the human's doing. Most of the men the earl had seen from afar were weak, but this Priam seemed powerful for a human. Suddenly, the noble lion roared to silence the murmurs of the dozen or so subjects surrounding him. A new scene had just appeared in the clear water of the spring. A lady had just entered his courtyard. The lion earl straightened up, obsessed with the majestic figure of the newcomer. He had forgotten all about Priam. What stature! What beauty! I'll make her my wife. Lance 1 LVL up, divination resistance, LVL 11. Meta, AFFI, +3. Priam had been walking slowly for a few seconds when he realized why he couldn't see any light at the end. It wasn't that the tunnel was particularly long or that it was enchanted to prevent light from escaping. The explanation was more straightforward: the tunnel was spiraling upwards. After 10 meters or so, Priam realized he was gaining height. The exit was certainly higher up, and the young Viscount pressed on. As the light disappeared behind his back and darkness gained ground, Priam felt the pressure on his mist bubble increase. The tunnel had been dug into the tree's heart, and here, its power was at its maximum. Priam's next steps became more and more complicated, and he finally came to a halt. Behind him, the light had finally disappeared and his breathing was becoming quite labored. The air felt heavy, and whenever he made an effort, his left lung could no longer supply enough oxygen for his body to function. Taking advantage of a moment's pause, Priam analyzed his situation. He was in a dark tunnel, the exit of which undoubtedly led to the earl's court. This meant several animals of baron and viscount rank awaited him at the end of his journey. Arriving there exhausted from his journey seemed a bad idea. Another critical point was that the pressure on his mist bubble was stagnating. If the force exerted by the tree on Priam's mist had increased as he walked, it had now ceased to grow since he had stopped. The further I go, the stronger the pressure will be. Priam smiled. It seemed obvious, thinking back on his situation. In Elysium, there was nothing to stop a dragon in a bad mood from flying over his position and nuking the area around the portal. In the real world, the system didn't hold Priam by the hand. However, the reunion had been created by the system to help humanity progress. The Colosseum, Beecher, the hideout, the possibilities for exchanging information and resources, and even the hidden treasures on the moon were there to boost humanity. Priam wasn't surprised by the tunnel's existence, that was just another test. Obviously, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. If he passed all his trials, he was sure to obtain another trump card for surviving his tribulations. Smiling in spite of the pain, Priam decided to cross the tunnel quickly. The Viscount resumed his walk. It's even possible that this tunnel is a reward in itself. Lance 1 Sphinx frowned as she entered a domain. More like a pseudo-domain. The difference was slight to a neophyte, but Sphinx knew a copy when she saw one. The tree's domain was spatially weak, but one of its skills was extending it over the entire surface of the grove. This pseudo-domain was a diluted version of the real thing, but it had the advantage of being massive. Sphinx shook her head, and her beautiful mane shimmered in the sunlight. She'd think about that after she'd found Priam. He was close, she could feel it. Stepping towards the central tree, she shivered. Without knowing exactly why, Sphinx sensed that she wouldn't like the master of the house. I feel like I'm being watched. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 148. Constitution 255. Agility 158. Vitality 284. Perception 289. Mental. Vivacity 174. Dexterity 177. Memory 40. Willpower 274. Charisma 144. Meta. Meta affinity 138, plus 3. Meta focus 98. Meta endurance 90. Meta perception 32. Meta chance 114. Potential, 1396, plus 2. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 14 hours 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 18 hours, 27 minutes, 17 seconds. The domain seemed to be pressing down physically on Priam, trying to force him to bend his back. Submissive positions led to submissive habits. Priam refused to give in. As he advanced, he could feel the pressure building. Here, in the tree's heart, his ability to manipulate his mist was diminishing with every step. His bubble had gradually shrunk to a sphere, barely a meter across. A few meters further on, Priam stopped again. He had no idea how long the tunnel was, but his sphere would soon be reduced to nothing if he went on like this. It was impossible to know what would happen then, certainly nothing pleasant. Inhaling calmly, Priam used micro to slow his beating heart and save oxygen. There was no point in being stubborn, and this ordeal had to have a solution. Priam tried to take manual control of the sphere around him. He pushed back his mist to enlarge his breathing space. The ambient fog, supported by the domain, pressed on him. After a few seconds, he realized that his efforts had no effect. Reflecting for a moment, Priam recalled his scientific knowledge. His mist was still a gas. It could therefore be compressed up to a certain limit. Beyond that, he remembered, the gas changed state and became a liquid. The more pressure at a constant temperature, the closer the gas was to a liquid state and vice versa. It was why it was possible to boil water at just 72 degrees Celsius at the summit of Mount Everest, because atmospheric pressure was so low. Smiling, Priam focused with focus and produced more mist. What interested him here was compressing it as much as possible while keeping it in vapor form. Priam hadn't yet learned to breathe underwater. Once the pressure in Priam's sphere exceeded that of his surroundings, the mist would push back the tree domain. The trick was to keep control of his mist during the operation. Priam sat down on the bark of the tree and began to meditate. The presence of the domain was pressing on his mist and body. Only micro and his new resistance skills enabled him not to flinch or give in to panic. The pressure on his body was as physical as it was mental. Fortunately, Priam's body was adapting. LVL up, star iron body, LVL 4. Const, +3. Priam thought for a moment before activating meditation. The skill promised to help him concentrate, and he didn't expect to be physically attacked in the tunnel. In any case, if the tree wanted to kill him, Priam would already be dead. Legs crossed, breath slowed, meditation, and focus, working in concert, Priam used moon mist. His meridians had recovered a little since his fight with Blueberry. They were activated to transform the ether in Priam's reserves into steam. The ether circulated through Priam's body down to his skin and seemed to magically create a mist outside his body. Priam knew that one day he'd have to find out exactly how his skill worked, but that would be for another time. The mist began to densify in his sphere, and some naturally flowed out. Instantly, Priam lost his control and frowned. He had just increased the amount of mist in the tunnel and thus strengthened the tree's domain. Priam took a breath and refocused. A white haze began to materialize on the surface of his body. This time, he controlled it to prevent it from moving away. Over the next few seconds, he increased the amount of mist in his sphere while preventing it from leaving. After a few seconds, his sphere was saturated. If he continued to produce mist, it would become liquid. Priam stopped and concentrated all his will into moon mist. He wished to take conscious control of all his mist. The seconds passed slowly as Priam's consciousness tried to completely dominate the mist that belonged to him. Initially, he had tried to befriend it. It was a good technique as it allowed Priam to manipulate the fog without expending a lot of mental resources. But when a better friend arrived here, the Earl Jubako, the friendly mist, refused his orders. A few minutes later, Priam began to lose patience. As his will tamed one part of the mist, another part slipped out of his control and sphere of authority. He then had to recreate the fog, losing ether in the process. The tree's domain prevented him from naturally recovering his ether. Priam's number of attempts was therefore limited. The young Viscount's mood was darkening, despite meditation. His frustration wasn't helping his concentration, and Priam was making more and more mistakes. Finally, after several minutes of failure, he decided to spend his stolen resources. They would be useless if he died as a result of his next tribulations. He wouldn't take these treasures to his grave, so he might as well spend them. From one of his pockets, he reached into the small purse that accompanied him everywhere and pulled out one of the trophies he had borrowed from the revenants. The treasure took the form of a small tea case. Priam took out a leaf of a blue he would have called temporal for want of a better adjective. Identification. Dahong Pao Ethereal, a leaf of an extraordinary orchid-flavored tea. As an emperor's beverage, Dahong Pao enables you to sequence your thoughts and focus your attention. This leaf permanently purifies the mind. Best consumed as an infusion, it can also be swallowed directly. Priam swallowed the leaf. He didn't have a teapot next to him. He winced as he swallowed. Blueberry's claws did a number on him. After a second, Priam allowed himself a smile. The tea's description was brief, but its effect was fantastic. His mental capacities seemed unlocked, similar to when he used his potential minus the divine inspiration. Suddenly, it was easy to manipulate his mist, and Priam's mind covered his entire sphere. He imagined himself mentally locking control of his sphere, and suddenly his mist seemed to freeze. The pressure of the tree's domain had almost disappeared as Priam rose to his feet. He resumed his progress through the plant tunnel, his sphere now protecting him from the Jubako domain. His breakthrough was artificial, and he knew it. The ether in the tunnel was as dense as the pressure of the domain was intense. As the seconds ticked by, the effects of the tea leaf disappeared. But like a child with the little wheels removed from his bike, Priam had managed to dominate his sphere once. He'd managed to ride and had no intention of falling again. His mind now knew how to dominate the mist close to him, and Priam concentrated on keeping control. The Jubako domain continued to compress his bubble of steam with every step. He may have covered 200 meters since the beginning, but the tunnel seemed endless. Drops of sweat beaded on his forehead as he pushed back against the tree's efforts. Suddenly, the effects of the tea disappeared, and Priam stopped. The pressure of the domain was now colossal and threatened to crush Priam. Only his mist saved him, and the young Viscount concentrated with all his might to keep it under control. Priam had been motionless for several seconds. Slowly, time passed as his mental effort became more and more intense. His strength was wearing thin, but he wasn't giving up. Mentally, he kept telling himself that he would become the best. He had faced the Rabhorn, the Hoplite warrior, and even abominations. He had always survived. In the end, he would save his family. He would be free. Fists clenched, Priam put all his willpower to work, taking control of his mental attributes to fight against the domain that was crushing him. Vivacity, dexterity, perception, All these attributes came to life under the impulse of his will, and helped Priam focus on his survival. He didn't know what he was fighting for. He didn't know if there was a way to win. But he was fighting death. It was what he had always done. Finally, after a while, the moment's intensity triggered a change. Something clicked. LVL up, focus, LVL 20. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. Focus has reached level 20. As a rare skill, a bonus is available. Choose one of these three options. Greater focus reinforces the advantages and disadvantages of focus. Pot -30. Body focus works best when focusing on your body. Synergizes with micro. Pot -30. Mental focus works best when focusing on your mind. Synergizes with domain. Pot -30. Priam gave himself a moment's thought, which almost proved fatal. The domain swallowed part of his mist, instantly reducing the volume of his protective bubble. Death was less than 50 centimeters from his face. Closing his eyes, Priam made up his mind. It was still too early to choose between micro and domain. Micro was a supremacy he'd already unlocked. However, Priam found domain extremely useful. He didn't intend to be a brute who could only destroy his enemies with his bare hands. Priam aspired to do more than that. Greater focus reinforces the advantages and disadvantages of focus. Pot -30. Instantly, Priam's thoughts disappeared. His mind was now exclusively focused on survival. His protective sphere began to expand again. Before long, Priam had regained a 1-meter bubble around him. Coldly, like a robot, he analyzed the last few minutes. The attributes given by focus during a level up were those he had consciously used just before upgrading focus. The obvious hypothesis was that by focusing on specific attributes, it was possible to increase the learning speed of a skill. To survive in the domain, Priam now needed to improve Moon Mist. The skill increased his perception, charisma, and meta affinity. Priam had no idea how to manipulate the last two attributes or what they were for. But he knew that micro and focus would allow him to focus on his perception. In the dark tunnel of the tree, the Viscount concentrated on his mist and the pieces of information it communicated to him. Lance 1 Sphinx, in her adult guise, stared at the Earl. Not the carnivorous tree, but the old lion. She must have heard wrong. Could you repeat that? She asked in a neutral voice. The lion straightened. I'm asking you to join my troop. You'd be the main wife, of course, he declared. Sphinx directed her gaze towards the few lionesses behind the Earl, a remnant from before the system. The lion was, of course, exceptional to have become an Earl so quickly. There couldn't have been more than 30 Earls on the moon's surface. He was perhaps the most powerful animal on the planet. But I'm a proud Sphinx. Her bloodline gave Sphinx a significant advantage in the long term, but she wasn't stupid. The lion was more powerful than she was right now. Yet, perched on one of the sequoia's branches, Sphinx looked down on the courtyard. She refused to submit to this long-haired tyrant. Her friend Priam had managed to survive against her while being frighteningly weak. He had shown her the way, and she too would fight for her freedom. With head held high and bearing haughty, Sphinx activated her power. You're the king of animals, but you're afraid of one of them. Which one? The lion growled. A riddle? I'm not afraid of anyone. Wrong. You were afraid of the lioness, Sphinx replied. Soon, you'll be afraid of me. Lance 1 LVL up, Moon Mist LVL 20. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. Moon Mist has reached level 20. As an epic skill, a bonus is available. Choose one of these three options. Bullet Mist, bullet time, is automatically triggered when bodies traveling at dangerous speeds pass through your mist. Pot -30. Mist Bullet allows you to turn a small part of your mist into ice. Requires a lot of energy. Pot -30. Mist Domain, the precision of your control and perception increases. Synergizes with domain. Pot -30. Easy. Mist Domain, the precision of your control and perception increases. Synergizes with domain. Pot -30. Priam smiled as he felt his control over his mist increase still further. He could now distinctly feel the influence of the domain trying to corrupt his mist. Priam could fight an opponent he could perceive. That was all he needed to confront his will with the tree's domain. The mental exercise was exhausting, but a smile played on his lips. Priam was winning. Its domain was heavy, but the Jubakos will seemed weak. It was certainly exceptional for a tree, but Priam was a human who had spent his life fighting. Not to be crushed by the personalities of the extroverts he rubbed shoulders with. Refusing to give a tree his living bubble was pretty easy. I suppose every Earl, and every user of the system in general, must have strengths and weaknesses. Humans seem to have fairly general builds, but Priam understood this wasn't the case for all species. Blueberry had titanic strength and a relatively weak constitution. The Jubako had a pretty weak wool but an exceptional constitution. Its bark seemed indestructible. Improving Moon Mist had also helped Priam to better understand meta-affinity. The attribute allowed him to manipulate his mist more finely, and ether in general. It was still too early to take full advantage of this knowledge, but Priam knew every piece of information about the system was vital. As Priam prepared to move forward again, the ground shook beneath his feet. He quickly steadied himself and put his ear to the ground or bark. Through the thick mist, frightful sounds were coming to him. Shit, Anatol's attacking already? Priam began to run. The domain continued to crush him, but his newfound mastery kept him going. Lance 1, congratulations. A hidden trial has been passed. You passed the path of blood in 0 hours, 26 minutes, 47 seconds. Exceptional circumstances, Tier 0, time less than 1 hour. Selecting your reward. Sequoia sempervirens ether seed. Identification. Sequoia sempervirens ether seed, a high potential tree seed. Adapts perfectly to the soil in which it is planted. Lives in symbiosis with the flora and fauna of its environment. Priam sighed as he put the seed away. It wasn't totally useless, and Logarithm would certainly be happy to absorb it. However, he would have liked a more explosive reward. Darkness finally gave way to light as Priam ran toward the end of the tunnel. He stepped outside and shielded his ears as he heard a titanic noise. His mist, partially freed from the influence of the Jubako domain, warned him that a colossal mass was bearing down on him. Priam squinted and stretched out his hand. Kinetic control. The body crashed into his outstretched hand before losing all speed. Opening his eyes, the animal looked briefly at Priam. We'd better run, muttered Blueberry. What are you doing here? Asked Priam. I was reporting to the Earl before a catastrophe occurred. Blueberry straightened, exposing a right arm that was at an odd angle. The Viscount caught his arm and pulled it back into place with a swift movement. Priam winced at the sound before looking around. They were high, almost to the top of the tree, and the branches formed a kind of natural bowl. Seats were carved into the wood at the sides. A promontory, also carved, dominated the assembly. Above them, in the canopy, the redwood's leaves trembled, the result of a titanic battle. But Priam's eyes were on something else. At the bottom of the bowl, an amber liquid stagnated. Identification. Spring, the quintessence of blood absorbed by the Jubako, mixed with its sap. Contains a mighty regenerative power. Priam almost rushed to bathe in the several thousand liters of sap that lay before him. His lung was still hurting, and the blood way hadn't helped. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Blueberry warned without moving. Priam stopped and watched the bear. He knew he was faster than the Viscount, and the latter was in no condition to stop him. Looking around, Priam detected a few animals hiding and watching the fight above them. Each one looked powerful, and some were Viscounts. None looked at him. Why not? Because the Earl sacrificed thousands of beasts to feed the Jubako and create this spring. That's why the areas around the domes are empty. Every liter of this pond comes from countless sacrifices. If you touch it, he'll sacrifice you too to atone for your sin. The Jubako's trunk trembled as the fight above them reached its climax. And why would the Earl need this resource? Does Anatol scare him so much? Blueberry growled. Don't be stupid, human. You can feel the vibrations of the fight all the way here. The leader of the false humans would die just by hearing the Earl's roar. Priam looked up. The redwood tree he was standing on was an Earl, specialized in defense. Even Priam's most powerful attack would not have been enough to sever one of its branches. And yet, the fight between the Earl and the stranger made its whole trunk vibrate. Lions are known for the power of their roar. I'm not sure I'd survive that kind of attack either. Sighing, Priam turned back to Blueberry. So what's the purpose of this spring? Blueberry shrugged in an almost human motion. The Earl also uses the system. His tribulation is coming. It's his trump card. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 148. Constitution 258, +3. Agility 158. Vitality 284. Perception 295, +6. Mental. Vivacity 175, +1. Dexterity 178, +1. Memory 40. Willpower 274. Charisma 146, +2. Meta. Meta affinity 141, +3. Meta focus 98. Meta endurance 90. Meta perception 32. Meta chance 114. Potential, 1343, -53. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 13 hours, 25 minutes and 6 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 17 hours, 45 minutes, 0 second. The fight had started well. Battle Riddle gave Sphinx an early advantage, and if her prediction came true, the lion would be severely wounded. Taking advantage of the fact that the Earl was briefly stunned by the skill, Sphinx had drawn first blood by biting the Earl's neck. Unfortunately, this woke him up, and he retaliated violently. Sphinx then realized she had a problem. For the first time in her short life, she wasn't the one with the most attributes. Worse, while their physiques were roughly equivalent, the Earl had far more experience. Sphinx had spent the next 5 minutes absorbing the Earl's techniques like a sponge. She'd managed to hold her own, but the lion was no fool. He had noticed that his opponent was analyzing his fighting style and had stopped holding back. From then on, the fight had taken a wrong turn, and Sphinx had received several serious wounds. Faced with the lion's rage, she finally decided to use a technique Priam had taught her. The hit and run. Sphinx was now leaping from branch to branch, preparing her riposte. A complex riddle, which Priam had taught her. It was the only way she could gain a decisive advantage. Just as the Earl was about to catch up, she declared. What has roots as nobody sees? Is taller than trees. Up, up it goes. And yet never grows? You have 30 seconds. Her skills immobilized the lion, and he squinted. A good skill. It's time to end this fight. Lie down when you're ready to surrender. Sphinx didn't reply, and the two adversaries waited for the time to run out. After 30 seconds, the lion's left forepaw trembled and twisted like a wrung-out rag. The muscles must have torn, and the Earl winced in pain. Sphinx was ready to leap back. It was not yet time to finish the fight. But the Earl took her by surprise by staying put. Rather than pursue her, he muttered an incomprehensible word. Instantly, Sphinx felt the wind pick up. Strong gusts, carrying with them dead leaves, wrapped around the lion. Is he manipulating the wind? The air? The air currents reached the Earl's ears before swirling around. Sphinx growled. She was pretty sure the lion could no longer hear her. The Earl's domain also prevented her from mentally communicating with him. How can I ask him riddles now? No way was she marrying that big tomcat. She hated bad sports. Lance One Priam's lips stretched into a smile at Blueberry's words. He, too, had a problem with tribulation. Tribulations. He turned back to Spring. The description of the system was simplistic, certainly the fault of the common rank of his identification, but the most important thing was noted. The liquid had a regenerative power, potent enough to interest an Earl. Priam looked away quickly, not wishing to alert the bear. He considered the pond his already, but his tribulations were still hours away. Until then, the lion would be an excellent guardian. Looking in the direction of the canopy, Priam asked. Who could give an Earl such a hard time? The bear sighed. A woman. A lioness. Well, a bit of both, Blueberry hesitated. What do you mean, a bit of both? Priam suspended his sentence. Eidetic memory, and his vivacity instantly brought him the answer. A sphinx? Blueberry looked up, surprised. Yes. How do you know? The sequoia tree trembled again under the intensity of the fight and Priam swallowed. Should I reveal my relationship with Sphinx? She's fighting the lion, which makes us his enemies. Priam hesitated for half a second before clenching his fist. Sphinx was his friend, there to help him after he'd asked for her help. A friendship was precious, and that was why he had hated Claire's betrayal. Moreover, with Sphinx's help, Priam was confident they could defeat the Earl's court. All he had to do was get Sphinx to deal with the Earl. With his mind made up, Priam summoned his spear and pointed it at Blueberry. The bear looked at him in silence. She's my friend. If any of the Viscounts ever try to attack Sphinx, we'll find out together if there's a butchery skill. The green roof shook for a few moments before calming down. But Blueberry's laughter continued for a few seconds longer. Priam remained silent, jabbing into the void to increase his kinetic charges. Blueberry finally calmed down and replied, "Nobody's going to fight the Sphinx but the Earl." She challenged him to a duel, after all. "If any of us intervene, it'll be the Earl himself who rips us to shreds." "He values his honor," said the bear. The tree shook again, and a deafening roar sounded. Priam's vision blurred. He regained his senses a few seconds later, out of breath. Another tremor made him open his eyes again, and Priam concentrated on his surroundings. His eardrums were perforated. Again. Suddenly his mist caught a familiar presence, and Priam looked behind him. Sphinx, both wings torn off, was standing there. Her mouth was full of red blood and mane hair. Priam's stomach knotted as he watched her body lacerated in too many places to count. She's seriously hurt. Despite everything, the young Sphinx had fought back valiantly. She looked behind Priam, and the young Viscount turned. Behind him stood a majestic lion. Titanic, at least the size of Blueberry, he gave off a terrifying aura. Priam was confident of facing Blueberry or any other Viscount. However, the Earl opposite him was in a different league. Priam's instincts told him he had little chance of escaping the Earl alive, let alone facing him. Priam noted with relief that, despite his regal posture, the Earl was bleeding too. One of his front paws was in such a sorry state that the lion avoided putting his weight on it. A weakness to capitalize on. The Earl moved his muzzle, and Priam realized he was speaking. Because of his perforated eardrums, he couldn't hear a thing. Sighing, Priam tightened his grip on his spear and prepared himself. If the lion attacked, he would retaliate by burning his potential. Or his life. But first, let's try to stay alive. Lance won. As she entered the fog-shrouded village, the young woman frowned. The dwellings were very rudimentary, simple wooden huts. But finding a hamlet outside the protection of the domes, with a dozen or so houses, was odd. The reunion had only been underway for about 4 days, and it was puzzling that the inhabitants had already managed to build a place to live. They seemed to be getting by in this new world. At least, that's what the wisps of smoke rising from the central building's chimney indicated. Either their stupidity goes hand in hand with their luck, or they're not afraid of corrupted animals. Moving towards the largest building, the newcomer hesitated for a moment. Music and the smell of grilled meat wafted from inside. Finally, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. It swiftly opened, revealing a kindly granny who beckoned her in. "Hello, my little darling. You look so tired." "I'll get you something to eat," said the grandmother before trotting away. The young woman couldn't get a word in edgewise. "That said, I am hungry." As she was waiting, an elderly man approached, smiling. "You remind me of my great-granddaughter. My name is Louis." "What are you doing here, little one?" he asked. I'm Claire, looking for a friend's father," Claire explained, smiling innocently. With any luck, the old man wouldn't notice that she'd walked alone through a wood populated by dangerous creatures. "May I know his name?" inquired Louis. "Priam's father." "Oh, I'll get him," smiled the old man before walking away. Looking around, Claire realized that the building consisted of just one room, built around a fireplace. A cauldron was positioned over the fire, and the kindly granny set about slicing a piece of the bread efficiently. A dozen seniors, all at least in their 80s, were in the room. They'd probably been decrepit less than 2 weeks ago, but the arrival of the system had given them a new lease of life. They all looked energetic. Most were chatting as they prepared their equipment. Another little granny was mending some animal skin armor. Such resourceful little oldsters. On closer inspection, Claire realized they were all handling at least one weapon. Apparently, the system had rescued them from the clutches of death, and they weren't planning to meet it soon. We're not so different after all. Except, I was well and truly dead. The little granny approached, brandishing a plate full of victuals. Claire thanked her and began to eat. All she had to do was nod occasionally to answer the steady stream of questions. Suddenly, the door opened, letting in Lewis and a stranger. Claire looked at the newcomer. He looked like Priam if Priam had aged 60 years. The man stepped closer and held out his hand. Alan, delighted to meet you. So, young lady, you're a friend of my son's, aren't you? Yes, sir, he asked me to. Let me stop you for a second. This new world is a little wild, so we have to take precautions, right? My son told humanity that you knew my age. How old was I when my son was 10? Claire reflected that father and son had the same charming smile. The father seemed a little more sure of himself, but the young girl suspected that the son would soon be brimming with confidence. The apple and the tree, right? Yes, of course. Claire had led her investigation, spending her potential and exhausting her contacts to find Priam's father before Mercury's men did. She'd left a trail full of corpses behind her, but now knew who was in front of her. Her bargaining chip for her sister. You're 82 years old. Your son is 23, so when he was 10, you were 69. Depending on the day, maybe 68 but. Alan's eyes darkened, and Claire felt her mouth go dry. The cozy atmosphere had disappeared, and only the sound of the fire was still audible. Conversations had died down, the dozen or so old people were now staring at her. Alan had lost his smile. I suspected that by becoming so well known, my son might make enemies. Sorry young lady, but when my son was 10, I lied to him about my age, to not let him worry about my health. He loves telling that story, and knowing him, that's why he left that message. Yet you compared us when you saw me come in. You know my son. Who is he to you? Without answering, Claire leaped forward, throwing her plate in Lewis's direction and grabbing a dagger from her belt. Confusion, she cried. Claire wanted to put her dagger under Alan's neck, deciding to take him hostage. Her senses screamed for a moment, and Claire's eyes widened. Moving with impossible speed, Alan grabbed her wrist and catapulted her. She crashed hard against the hardwood and slid to the floor. Shaking her head to regain her composure, she tightened her grip on her dagger, which had disappeared. Claire looked up to see the grandmother stroking her dagger and winking at her. As Claire prepared to get up, Lewis, who had received the plate, threw it. The vessel disappeared in a blur of speed. Claire felt a draft to the right of her face. The ceramic plate had sunk about 10 centimeters into the hardwood without breaking. A second draft and her dagger sank so close to the left of her face that a few hair strands fell out. Exhaustion. Claire couldn't see who had said these words, but her strength left her. She could no longer move her body, only the fear of death gave her the mental strength to try. As her eyes closed, Claire realized that none of the old had been disturbed by confusion. Alan moved closer to her. Get some sleep, and then we'll talk. Claire forced herself to speak. She hated to lose. Who? Who? Sleep, Alan replied. A hand rested on her head. K.O. A dark veil covered Claire's vision. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 148. Constitution 258. Agility 158. Vitality 284. Perception 295. Mental. Vivacity 175. Dexterity 178. Memory 40. Willpower 274. Charisma 146. Meta. Meta affinity 141. Meta focus 98. Meta endurance 90. Meta perception 32. Meta chance 114. Potential 1343. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 13 hours, 19 minutes and 12 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 17 hours, 39 minutes, 6 seconds. Sphinx took advantage of the respite offered by the Earl to rest. Her body was durable, but the lion's claws were extremely sharp. His strength was also formidable, and 6 minutes into the fight, Sphinx could feel her body suffering from multiple internal injuries. But worst of all, the lion immediately understood that Sphinx's power required the enemy to be aware of the riddle. Without this, her power had no hold on the Earl. Sphinx had tried to find a way around this, by writing her riddles on the tree trunk. Unfortunately, the Earl was either illiterate or too clever to read a text written by his enemy in the middle of a fight. Sphinx would have bet on the first solution. The lion's mane was too ugly for him to be intelligent. As she hesitated to attack, Sphinx became aware of Priam's presence. A few meters away, he was looking toward the Earl. Without seeing him, Sphinx knew that her friend had a determined expression on his face. She was proud to be fighting alongside him. Unfortunately, despite the progress she sensed in him, Priam was wounded. The Earl would easily sweep him away if he interfered. "If I feel your skill activate, I'll block my hearing again," warned the Earl. Sphinx nodded as she saw the gusts of wind surrounding the lion. "I don't understand you, Sphinx. You're weaker than me, and you know it. Accept your defeat and join me. I'll cherish you, and together we'll dominate this moon. At the next reunion, we'll descend to Earth to regain control of the lands where I was born." As Sphinx prepared to retort with a scathing reply, a voice cut her off. "Noble Earl, the fake humans are coming. They intend to pollute the Jubako and your spring. I beg you to reconsider your priorities." "What?" the Earl roared as he heard Priam. Sphinx was ready to defend her friend. The lion glanced at her before momentarily calming down. "If what you say is true, this is indeed a priority. Bala, go and check this out," he ordered. A bird of prey took flight after waving to its master. The Earl turned to Sphinx. "We'll talk about my proposal again," said the lion, looking at Sphinx. Sphinx nodded, grinning inwardly. "Well done, Priam." The Earl then addressed a barren rank monkey, previously hidden behind a branch. "Gather the nobility. I've decided to exterminate the polluters." "Of course, Your Majesty. When must we gather?" "Now." The sycophant gasped, before scurrying off. The various barons and viscounts approached, and the Earl climbed onto his promontory before turning to Priam. "What do you know about these false humans?" Priam fulminated. He'd had to spend 2 questions to find the right wording to defuse the situation. The lion had no interest in fighting now, but neither did Priam. He had no extra life and preferred to let the Earl and Anatole fight it out before coming to reap the benefits. Perhaps their fight would even reveal a few hidden players. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, right? As the court gathered in front of him, the lion asked a question and Priam pointed to his ears. With an annoyed movement, the Earl created a draft, and 2 drops of liquid rose from the spring. They shot towards his ears. For a moment, Priam felt like 1,000 ants were throwing a party into his head. A few seconds later, he heard the wind blowing again. His mind was clear and Priam clenched and unclenched his hand. He hadn't slept in days, and despite his resurrections, he missed the habit. Yet he felt great. His mental fatigue, the result of the path of blood, had disappeared. Better still, most of his wounds had healed. All that remained was a pain in his right lung, but Priam felt ready to fight. The Earl could have totally cured him with a 3rd drop but had chosen to be stingy. Priam hid his frustration behind a smile and was careful not to look at the spring. He didn't want to arouse the Earl's suspicions. Stretching quickly, Priam turned slightly towards Sphinx and winked. "I'll take care of this." Then, he quickly bowed to the Earl. Despite his less than cordial feelings towards the Earl, Priam had no qualms about bowing to him. In his mind, the Earl was already dead. "Thank you very much, Earl. I am now ready to answer your questions." "What do you know about these false humans?" asked the lion. "These are former humans, resurrected by the system after betraying humanity. These traitors are numerous and are converting humans to their cause. So it's an evil that gets worse until it's purged. Their hierarchy includes 5 generals, a champion and a grand master. I've already killed one of their generals. They're relatively weak individually, but their power comes from their chimeras. They can use noble cores to create their abominations." Priam pointed to the gigantic tree that hosted the court. His doubles had revealed that Anatole was poisoning the Jubako with a ritual. Their master is polluting the Jubako, seeking to turn it into an abomination. If he succeeds, the spring will be unusable, and the thousands of animals in the grove will join his army. Surrounded, your court will fall. Priam didn't finish his analysis. If the Jubako fell, the revenants would become impossible to dislodge, and the Earl would flee. It was the worst-case scenario for Priam and humanity. Why the hell do I have to deal with this? Hundreds of alien factions were present on the moon. Among them were dozens of super factions with trained fighters. Priam knew these factions had only their own interests at heart, but he was nonetheless annoyed. Of course, he could be wrong. Maya might be marching towards Anatole and the revenants at the head of an army. But Priam didn't believe in Santa Claus, nor did he believe in miracles. To change his destiny, he had to fight. Priam looked up at the Earl and the Jubako. There must be a way to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The Earl took a moment to think. If you're telling the truth, then he attacked me first. The system won't stop me from retaliating. I'll slaughter them within the next hour. Priam gritted his teeth. If the Earl left alone, the spring would be guarded by the nobles. Maybe even stolen if Anatole succeeded in defeating their leader. Unacceptable. Your Majesty, if I may. A baron's rank monkey shouted. Your Majesty. This pathetic human wants to manipulate you for his own ends. You can't trust him, he. Silence. The Earl turned to the Baron. If not for him, I'd have waited for the revenant's ambush, listening to your sycophancy. Not another word unless you want to help me through my tribulation, the Earl threatened, pointing at the spring. The monkey tucked his head into his shoulders, and Priam smiled. I'm listening, human. Lance 1 LVL up, comparison, LVL 1, 7. MEM, +7. LVL up, identification, LVL 8. MEM, +1. LVL up, balance, LVL 6, 7. AGI +2. DEXT +4. LVL up, sense of smell, LVL 2, 7. DEXT +6. POP -284. Perched on a titanic branch, Priam played with Sphinx, ignoring Blueberry's cackling. The Earl hadn't wanted to keep them unattended in the grove and had healed Blueberry to keep an eye on them. The bear was proving a pleasant companion when he wasn't irritated by pain. Priam had even discovered that the bear loved to play. More than just playing, the bear liked to giggle loudly at Priam's defeats. The young man was amazed that a multi-ton beast could giggle like a schoolgirl. Apparently, the Ursid's dexterity enabled him to manipulate his vocal cords effectively. Priam pointed to one of the pebbles in front of him. This one. Lost, exclaimed Sphinx cheerfully, much to Blueberry's delight. She pointed to another pebble, and Priam took it in his hand and weighed it. It was the one he should have found. Without perception approaching 300, he would have been almost unable to feel the difference in mass between this pebble and the one he had chosen. This game is stupid. He knew he was a bad player at the moment, but Priam hated to lose. Yet he kept playing for his honor, but also because it was worth it. The aim of the game was relatively simple. The player chose a white pebble from among 100 or so. Each had a slightly different smell and mass. All their other characteristics were virtually identical. For example, their external volume remained unchanged, the pebbles having been emptied at the center. They were visually similar. The stones were then shuffled, and the player had to find the stone he had initially chosen in less than a minute. To do this, he could weigh and smell them. That's what made the game so interesting. Indeed, despite his eidetic memory, Priam had great difficulty finding the right pebble. His hypothesis was that, his main sense being vision, his memory was more photographic than eidetic. This game enabled him to work on his olfactory and tactile memories. For the system, this translated into memory, dexterity, and perception. That was why Priam was sorting pebbles rather than resting or sparring. For him, this game was training, and he had a lot to learn. 2 hours earlier, he had asked Blueberry how animals increased their memory. According to the Viscount, they had to reach a certain threshold of memory, vivacity, and willpower to trigger a transformation and become sapient. We play games, the bear had replied. Before the system, our days were occupied by rest, hunting, reproduction, and play. We've kept those habits, and our games have given us some essential attributes. So Priam jumped at the chance to play to increase his memory. He didn't want to trigger a 5th tribulation but aimed to optimize his status. Many of his attributes could still gain around 50 points. Each point could be decisive in the coming tribulations. Priam, Sphinx, and Blueberry had been playing for 2 hours, waiting for the Earl's marching orders. Again, muttered Priam. Sphinx overturned the pebbles in the hollow of her gigantic paw, and Priam chose one. He lifted it, closing his eyes to concentrate on its exact mass, trying to imprint the sensation in his mind. LVL up, balance, LVL 8. AGI +1. DEXT +2. As well as increasing his skills, Priam had learned to understand them better. Balance wasn't just a skill that enabled Priam to move and stabilize himself often after suffering damage to his inner ear. It also gave him an excellent understanding of the forces exerted on his body. Having harnessed the strength of his various muscles to lift the pebble, Priam brought it to his nose. It had undoubtedly been rubbed against a wildflower. Elderflower. LVL up, sense of smell, LVL 8. DEXT +1. Fine sense of smell was originally a skill based on perception. But Priam was so close to a new tribulation threshold, 300 points, that he had initially refused to use it. It was then that eidetic memory truly revealed its power. After his last battle in the Colosseum, Priam had realized that it was possible to use his potential to influence the system. He used this information to modify his trees of merit and make them his own. Thus, little by little, his build became unique, preventing future enemies from seeking out his exact capabilities. But if potential allowed the system user to fine-tune his build, what were the limits? It was the question eidetic memory had raised, and Priam wanted to answer it. He had started some tests, and the results were incredible. The skills were indeed modifiable. These modifications followed some rules, and Priam had freely spent his potential to discover them. Firstly, a skill always had a general purpose, and that purpose could not radically change. Athletics couldn't allow Priam to fly, he'd tried. Potential sent him back in error, and Priam understood that skills had to stay on a particular course. On the other hand, athletics could specialize in running, jumping, or rolling. Priam had not validated these changes. Secondly, skills had inertia. The higher the skill, the more complicated and expensive it was to change it. According to the system, transforming athletics, LVL 19 into jumping, LVL 1, cost 190 points of potential. That was 10 points per level. Since a common skill gave 1 point of potential per level, a modification cost 10 times as many points as the skill yielded. Transforming a skill had to be done as soon as possible. Thirdly, modifying a skill was an exercise that required finding a link between the basic skill and the new one. It was close to the first point, but Priam had not been able to determine whether this link fundamentally existed or depended on the user. Priam could see the relationship between athletics and jumping. But perhaps a bird would see a link between athleticism and flight. If so, could Priam learn flight by hypnotizing himself to think like a bird? Or were there necessary prerequisites, like having wings? Depending on the answer to these questions, Priam had many ideas. Finally, a skill could not be reset easily. It was possible, but painful. It had been excruciating, and Priam had almost smashed his skull against the floor. Sphinx had to stop him from hurting himself. He remembered the acquisition of his skill 2 hours earlier. You have gained the skill, sense of smell, common. Sense of smell, common. Some theories give man 5 basic senses. Others give them 9 or more. The important thing is that your sense of smell can recognize molecules floating in the air and inform you about your environment. Your sight is fallible, but when all your senses are alert, the world appears without illusion. You may look stupid lifting your nose to smell your surroundings, but it will save your life. However, you're not a dog, so avoid sniffing the asses of your fellow creatures. Or, at the very least, ask their permission. Perk +1. It had taken Priam several minutes to try and modify the skill. Using his knowledge, he had bet that switching the gain from perception to dexterity was possible. To do this, he connected to his potential and formulated his modifications. His tests had been long, and Priam had used his potential almost continuously. The loss of potential was unfortunate but necessary. Sense of smell gave perception. This attribute enabled his body and soul to receive information from the outside world. The basic skill would have helped Priam to smell a wider range of odors in lower concentrations. At a high level, he could have sensed the presence of lavender several hundred meters away, just by detecting a few molecules in the air. sense of smell, was a good skill. But by connecting to potential, Priam's objective was to gain dexterity. In his experience, this attribute enabled him to better perceive his own body. For example, to feel the heat of an object, it was his perception that came into play, and to feel his own heat, it was his dexterity. So Priam, connected to his potential, had tried to communicate a change of direction to his skill. Rather than smelling a wide range of odors, he wanted to be able to easily distinguish between them. He wanted to be able to differentiate between the scents of several humans, to stalk his prey like a hunting dog. The sense of smell was not the most highly developed of human senses. Yet the nose was a very powerful organ, theoretically capable of detecting over 1 billion different odors. Perfumers and enologists had a highly developed sense of smell. Unfortunately, most humans didn't train this sense, and Priam was no exception. Rather than focusing, sense of smell, on the outside world, Priam chose to distinguish between the smells he smelled. His nose wouldn't be sensitive enough to detect tiny quantities of molecules, but it would be better able to determine the different odors he smelled. In practical terms, Priam would smell humans from a shorter distance, but he would be able to distinguish and recognize them instantly. With this thought in mind, he used his potential and reforged, sense of smell. You have lost the skill, sense of smell, LVL1. You have gained the skill, sense of smell, common. Sense of smell, common. Your sense of smell can now distinguish finely between several similar odors. It's up to you to compare them. You'd make an excellent perfumer. By the way, it's been a long time since you took a bath, hasn't it? You don't mind your own smell, but others do. DXT +1. Pot -10. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/Men 10/Meta 0. Physical. Strength 148. Constitution 258. Agility 161, +3. Vitality 284. Perception 296, +1. Mental. Vivacity 175. Dexterity 192, +14. Memory 48, +8. Willpower 274. Charisma 146. Meta. Meta affinity 141. Meta focus 98. Meta endurance 90. Meta perception 32. Meta chance 114. Potential 1072, -271. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 11 hours, 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 15 hours, 23 minutes, 57 seconds. His mind was overwhelmed by pain as his potential changed the foundations of his skill. But once the pain passed, Priam burst out laughing. Changing skills and their attributes opened up a whole new field of possibilities. Better still, he had kept the perception point from his old skill. Which meant something important to Priam. Notifications of attribute increases were not system rewards. Priam had sharpened his perception by focusing on his sense of smell, and his body had adapted. He had gained that point of perception the way you gain muscle by lifting heavy weights. Priam knew how to make better use of his sense of smell, and the system had translated this into a skill. But even if the system disappeared, Priam now knew he'd keep his skill, his experience, his memory, and his ability to smell better. Is this because it's a common skill? Or could I also manipulate kinetic energy without the system? Anyway, he had no intention of modifying common skills again. Creating kinetic control, an epic skill, had cost him a mere 84 points of potential. This meant that modifying a skill was excessively expensive as well as being relatively useless. After all, he could have kept the first, sense of smell, and tried to focus his sense of smell on the scent differentiation part. He could then have created a new skill, sense of smell, the one he currently had, and merged the two with a little potential. For the same cost, he would have had a rare skill, giving perception and dexterity. Of course, this was still what Priam planned to do, but it took time to build up a skill. Time he didn't have. In the end, modifying a skill was certainly only useful for rare or epic skills. But it was useful information. Even the pain had taught him something. Micro had been powerless to stop it, meaning it wasn't linked to his body. Priam theorized that his skills were related to his soul and meridians. He had shrugged, suspecting that this kind of subject went far beyond Tier 0. Priam had then spent almost 2 hours playing with Sphinx to increase his attributes and learn to better use his great olfactory sense. He felt as if a new dimension was opening up to him. Above all, he suspected that human assassins and thieves would prefer visual rather than olfactory camouflage. So Priam had a head start too with ether perception. Priam refocused on the game and placed the pebble gently back into Sphinx's paw. He closed his eyes while she mixed the stones and waited for her signal to open them again. The young Viscount began to stir the pebbles, sniffing one after another. After about 30 seconds, his nose was saturated, and Priam had limited his choices. 3 pebbles remained in front of him, each smelling of elderflower. His nose was not yet sensitive enough to detect their subtle difference, and Priam took them in his hand. He lifted them one by one before looking up at Sphinx, who was watching him. His friend had managed to win all their previous games, and Blueberry had quickly declared that he had no wish to play against her. The talent of a mythical creature was truly exceptional. This one, declared Priam, pointing to a pebble. LVL up, comparison, LVL 8. MEM, +1. LVL up, identification, LVL 9. MEM, +1. Blueberry straightened up and looked at the pebble before looking at Sphinx. The legendary monster smiled, and Priam smiled back. Bravo Priam. Priam stood up with a smile. It had taken him 2 hours to increase his memory, and it had finally reached 50. He had learned much about the system and had several ideas for improving his power. Moreover, he was pretty sure that this kind of knowledge was scarce. Most factions used their members' potential to create specific skill sets. Nobody had too much potential, and certainly not enough to use it in such an outrageous way. But these tests were necessary. Excuse me? Asked Blueberry. Nothing, Priam replied, stretching. I'm hearing more and more commotion below, and I think we're about to march on the Revenants. Before that, I'll need your help, Sphinx, said Priam. What should I do? Asked his friend, still enthusiastic. Attack me. It's time to see the limits of kinetic control. I want to surprise Anatole. The training had paid off. The Earl had even granted Sphinx 3 big drops of the spring to heal her wounds. The proud creature had refused to use these treasures but had entrusted them to Priam. The young Viscount gloated as he analyzed them a second time. With the drops, the price and potential to enhance Axolotl or Hydra had fallen. Axolotl or Hydra is ready for evolution. Absence of a catalyst detected. Use potential 2786 to trigger evolution? Priam nearly choked on the number. Fortunately, with 3 drops, the system was kinder. Axolotl or Hydra is ready for evolution. Presence of a catalyst detected. Use 3 spring drops and potential 2783 to trigger evolution? It was still far too expensive for Priam, but the spring made it possible. After all, there were a lot of drops. So Priam decided to change his plan. Axolotl or Hydra was necessary to survive his tribulations and the ones to follow. But thanks to the spring, he had another option. Of course, it was dangerous not to directly improve his better title by using the evolution token, a quest reward he'd received for discovering the true identity of the Revenants. But Priam wanted to gain as much as possible before his tribulations. Go big or go home, right? Well, it's rather, go big or go die. Priam felt that he would not have a moment's rest before his tribulations. He wanted to improve his titles before the battle against the Revenants. Priam decided to ask an open question. Why limit the question when he didn't know what lay ahead? Which title should I improve now? Answer, ask for a second heart, yet don't choose one. Another cryptic phrase. But if Priam didn't understand the purpose, the meaning was very clear. He took the evolution token in his right hand and injected it with his ether using ether manipulation. The token lit up for a few moments, and a notification appeared. Bronze title token used. Choose a title to upgrade to silver rank. Heartless. Brainless. Axolotl or Hydra? Hermes Apprentice. Upgrade. To the moon. Admirer of Atlas. Veteran. Threat killer. Fighter of the depths. Priam selected Heartless. Had he not asked, he would undoubtedly have chosen Veteran. But his doubles must have known something he didn't. The token activated, and Priam fell to his knees. He had lost all control of his body, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Heartless is evolving. No catalyst detected. Detection of multiple achievements. Selection of 5 compatible evolutions. Heartless silver. Silver heart silver. Human heart silver. Bloodline engine silver. Double heart silver. Priam's first heart sank as he read about the possible developments. He wanted to buy everything. Bloodline engine could perhaps refine further my Phoenix bloodline. He bit his tongue to stop thinking. His duplicates must have had a good reason. Double heart silver chosen. Double heart confers a second heart. The heart is a vital organ, and extremely important in more ways than one. The choice of affinity is crucial. Choose an affinity. Human. Death. Energy conversion. Mist. Depths. Phoenix. Affinities denied. Priam had hesitated when he saw the possible affinities. Death had to refer to his talent, he who eludes death, and could potentially boost it, or facilitate his patron's request. Phoenix was self-explanatory. Priam had seen an echo of Phoenix's power and wished to reach that level. But his doubles would not betray him. Priam had to trust himself and clung to this idea. A second heart without affinity will be created. Warning, double heart requires affinity. In the absence of an affinity, the surrounding ether will seek to fill the void. The system will protect your second heart for the next 48 hours. A catastrophic event will occur if an affinity is not found by then. The empty heart can absorb any affinity without an owner. Priam only had time to read the notification before the system descended. Time stopped, and the potential in Priam trembled. The divine passage he knew so well opened wide. The divine tunnel widened from a trickle to a stellar river. This time, no inspiration, no miracle arrived to water Priam's soul or body. 7 concepts took charge. Perhaps the creation of a heart without affinity was a bigger taboo than Priam realized? Perhaps the evolution token was simply this powerful? Perhaps a succession of choices had piqued the concept's interest? Whatever the reason, they had momentarily turned their gaze to the moon, humanity, and Priam. 7 consciousnesses as old as the universe arrived. The young man forgot even his own name in the face of the concept's divine attention. The moon disappeared, leaving his body, mind, and soul floating in space. In the middle of the infinite firmament, the anonymous soul contemplated the universe. The distant stars were no longer the same as he had known them. The constellations had changed. Continued to. All around him, the billions of visible stars changed position, taking on impossible shapes before bending over him. The attention of the universe was focused on him. If his thoughts hadn't been manipulated, his mind would have fractured. The sun, the nearest star, approached the young man. In 1,000 years or 1 second, the fireball traveled 150 million kilometers or a few meters, then imploded. All that remained of the giant was an ether sphere. The 7 constellations embroidered and 7 threads sprang from the solar orb. The anonymous body's thorax opened. Skin, blood vessels, and bones vanished. His right lung diminished in volume, leaving space beneath the young man's floating ribs. Symmetrically to his left side, an absent heart appeared in his torso. A mirror symmetry had taken place, and an empty space now lay in the right side of his ribcage. The 7 threads, drawn from the astral ball, invaded this cavity. Forming esoteric runes, they exhausted the stellar globe until it evaporated. In the young man's torso now lay a cage designed to house a heart. The skeleton of the second heart was formed. Their work done, the concept's attention dispersed. The stars in the sky returned to their places, once again forming natural constellations. The divine bridge broke, and the young man's chest closed. As the moon called to him once more, the young man, in a final epiphany, became aware of his surroundings. The universe was the sum of the stars and the void. This void sought to be filled. The infinite blackness trembled. Lance 1 inch Priam. The young man, Priam was his name, opened his eyes. Above him stood a terrifying monster, with teeth the size of his arm. Priam groaned. His body was so sore, he could barely move. The right side of his torso was burning, begging to be filled. Priam felt empty, and the sensation was horrible. "Hey Sphinx," he greeted weakly. "What do you mean, hey Sphinx?" You tripped and fainted. I've been trying to wake you up for almost 2 hours now. And how did you lose almost 500 grams? Swallowing, Priam straightened up, placing a hand on his right pectoral. Underneath, an ether cage created by sacrificing a son waited for him to choose a heart. Instinctively, Priam sensed that the frame would accept any concept and affinity. As long as he could claim its ownership. This future heart could be anything. The pain ebbed away as Priam understood its actual cause. The emptiness in his body wasn't just physical. His soul, too, needed to fill the void. Priam stood up fully and dusted off his pants with his left hand. Sorry Sphinx, I underestimated a reward. I feel fine now, he lied. Are you sure? Asked his friend. Priam looked at his notifications for a moment. Improved title. Heartless Bronze becomes Double Heart Silver. Double Heart Silver, you now have a hole in your chest and are waiting for a transplant. The potential of this second heart is almost infinite. Make the right choice. It doesn't mean you can become a bigamist. Bonus. Error. Bonus dependent on the second heart chosen. VIT plus 10%. Sure, smiled Priam. There's nothing like an excellent notification to get you back on track. No sooner had he uttered these words than the air trembled. The Earl's roar resounded, and Priam opened his fingers, letting out a little dust. It was the remnants of his token. That must be the signal, said Blueberry, hearing the roar. No, are you sure? Perhaps the Earl is roaring to woo another Sphinx. You think so? It's unlikely, but not impossible. Hesitated the bear. Priam sighed, realizing that irony was an art that couldn't be acquired in a few days. No, I think that was the signal, you're right. Let's go, said Priam, trying to pat the bear's shoulder. The bear was too big, and Priam's hand caressed his knee. His fur is soft. Lance 1 Priam, perched on Sphinx's head, observed the future battlefield. Before them, the forest was dead. The few remaining trees were shedding their last leaves. Countless trunks were lying on the ground. About 2 kilometers away, huge trenches had been dug and fortifications erected. Made of earth and wood, they would not hold the nobles, but would effectively contain the wild animals. Finally, hundreds of holes lined with stakes were hidden 200 meters before the fortifications. Invisible to the naked eye, the Earl's scouts had noticed them. Priam could already see the rivers of blood they would soon provoke. On the Revenant's fortifications, Priam could make out hundreds of men and women armed with rifles, grenades, and spears. Behind them, beyond their walls, huge abominations waited. The Earl's scouts had counted around 80 of them. It was too much and too little at the same time. Priam sighed. He knew that every abomination was the result of the sacrifice of many humans. Yet the Revenants certainly wished they had more. Anatole is running out of Baron and Viscount cores, Priam realized. How so? Priam turned to the newly arrived Earl and saluted. He pointed to the abominations. There are about 80 of them. Anatole needs human sacrifices and noble cores to create them. If he could have raised an army of 1,000 abominations, he would have. Which means he's running out of Baron cores. Too few are available for purchase, and native Barons are rare. Of course, it was also possible that Anatole was hiding part of his army, but Priam didn't want to arouse the Earl's caution. The lion nodded his massive head. There are 10 Barons per dome. Some are guardians, and others are hidden. Yes, there must be a shortage of cores. But 80 Barons or 1,000, it doesn't matter. They can't stop me. Priam remained silent, listening with interest to the Earl's information. He looked toward the Revenant's camp, pondering the coming battle and its significance. For the Earl was right, no matter how many abominations there were, they wouldn't stop him. Although the Grand Master of the Revenants was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. Each title of nobility was more challenging to acquire than the last. A Viscount could easily sweep aside Barons. 100 Barons wouldn't even slow down the Earl. Priam suspected Anatole had a plan, but kept quiet. After all, his interest was not necessarily the same as the Earl's. Priam and Sphinx were the Earl's allies for the time being, but this was a temporary status. Whether to acquire the spring or to obtain a new title, Priam and the Lion were destined to be enemies. But first, I'd appreciate it if Anatole could weaken him a little. The Earl turned to Priam. My court will take care of the small fry. This battle will strengthen my army, sorting the wheat from the chaff. But are you sure you can keep your word? Priam nodded. I need this urn, and I'm sure it's the object that allows Anatole to corrupt the Jubako. I'll wait until the battle begins to infiltrate the camp and steal it. Good. Get into position, we'll attack in a few minutes, replied the lion. Priam bowed slightly and excused himself. It was undoubtedly the last time he'd have a friendly chat with the Earl. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 148. Constitution 258. Agility 161. Vitality 284. Perception 296. Mental. Vivacity 175. Dexterity 192. Memory 50, +2. Willpower 274. Charisma 146. Meta. Meta Affinity 141. Meta Focus 98. Meta Endurance 90. Meta Perception 32. Meta Chance 114. Potential, 1074, +2. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 7 hours 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 11 hours, 26 minutes, 30 seconds. How to approach a military camp without being spotted? That was Priam's question. The Revenant's fortifications were complete. The site opposite the Earl's army was protected, though less guarded. The camp floor had been hardened to prevent the Earl's moles from creating galleries to invade the Revenant's position. All in all, the cult's officers had done an excellent job. There were still two solutions: infiltration, taking advantage of the distractions offered by the start of the battle, or flying. By night, he could have glided to the enemy camp using kinetic control. Unfortunately, the night would fall in 9 days, and humanity would already have left the reunion. So Priam decided to wait for the battle to begin. With the help of the mist, he knew he could teleport into the enemy camp if he got close enough. By projecting his consciousness in a single direction, Priam could teleport almost 100 meters away. The near absence of wind and the omnipresence of natural fog on the moon allowed him to consider this feat. Unfortunately, 100 meters was not enough. Pollution from the depths had ravaged the forest. The nearest living trees that could have sheltered and camouflaged Priam were at the level of the Earl's army, 200 meters from the Revenant's camp. On the other sides of Anatole's camp, the trees were dead and lying on the ground for kilometers. In short, Priam had no way of approaching without being spotted except by summoning a huge sphere of opaque mist. A strange occurrence that would surely alert Anatole. In the end, it was what Priam feared. If the master of the cult decided to flee or hide his urn, Priam would miss out on great rewards. Not to mention having one of his enemies free to continue plotting. Worse still, Priam had promised Mercury the urn. In exchange, the merchant had to find his family. His father, for example, was an old man, and Priam feared that the tutorial and then the reunion had tired his heart out. If he took too long to find him, his enemies would surely try to find his defenseless father to force Priam to obey. So Priam was waiting for the battle to begin. The diversion would allow him to infiltrate the camp. As the Earl's army finished preparing, Priam felt his breathing quicken. He was stressed. The battle was about to begin, and his tribulations had never been so close. Priam had done all he could to grow stronger, but would it be enough? Calm down, Blueberry said. Priam turned back to the bear still accompanying him. I can feel your fear and anxiety. Yes, we may die today. But it's that fear that keeps us going. It's that fear that tells us we're alive. Without it, without the possibility of failure, life wouldn't be as exciting. Have a little faith in yourself. Opening his mouth to reply scathingly to the philosopher bear, Priam changed his mind. He was right. This fear was proof that he was alive. It was proof that he could fail. But fear wasn't despair, he could succeed too. He could survive, realize his potential and enjoy life. Despite his positive thoughts, Priam could feel the stress paralyzing him. He would need time to accept these truths. In the meantime, this stress is bad. Priam concentrated on micro and instructed his body to slow down its production of adrenaline and cortisol. Before long, his hands stopped sweating, and his stomachache faded away. Better still, the absence of these hormones made him want to embrace the trials ahead. Over the next few hours, he would write his legend's second chapter. Or the final one. It's all in my hands, right? Thanks for the advice, Blueberry. Bah. Fear is important to us wild creatures, but it should serve us, not dominate us. It's a good friend and a bad mistress, Priam. Don't let yourself be killed by becoming too reckless. Priam laughed. I promise. Is it me, or are you getting strangely sentimental? I remember you trying to kill me only a few hours ago. The bear remained silent for a moment before replying. My memories from before my ennoblement are confused. But I remember the fear I had about men. That's why I attacked you when I was suffering. Yet I don't want to waste my intelligence by succumbing to that fear. Blueberry hesitated before continuing. Above all, I don't want to die here and become an abomination. Priam squinted at his companion. I'm a bear, not a fox, but I'm not stupid. False humans are dangerous, no matter what the Earl thinks. I won't die here, a victim of the hubris of a lion who thinks himself a king. You're talking about treason, Blueberry. Don't play that game with me, Priam. I know you a little and don't intend to fight the Earl. Precisely, I intend to obey him. That is, to survive by accompanying you, thus avoiding the trap of false humans. It's in your best interest, because you'll need me for the spring. Bullet time. Time slowed for Priam, and he took a second to think. If Blueberry told the Earl about his suspicions, he would try to kill Priam. Priam could flee using mist, but Sphinx had no such power. Despite her strength, she lacked the title to augment this tree of merit. A second solution was to summon his spear and execute the Viscount on the spot. Priam had accumulated a super-powerful attack thanks to Sphinx. But this was his trump card for killing the Earl or possibly Anatole, if he had a special technique to protect himself. Priam calmed down. The bear wasn't stupid and was holding out an olive branch for him. He deactivated bullet time to avoid triggering a fifth tribulation. He was very close to 300 in perception. Why on moon would I need you? I know you want to use the spring. If the Earl is occupied by the revenants, you'll have no trouble defeating his guards, especially with Sphinx. But the Jubako and the Earl have some kind of pact. It's not a very clever tree, but it won't let you steal its spring. And you, as the Earl's confidant, could allow me access, is that it? Guessed Priam. No. The Earl is paranoid, and no one can take more than a liter in the spring without being attacked by the Jubako. Priam swore inwardly. He needed much more than that. Blueberry leaned toward him and whispered. But I know how to poison the tree. Blueberry's words were music to Priam's ears. He remembered the response of his doubles. Ultimately, the poisoner may consume the crimson fruit. Now you interest me, Blueberry. The revenants decided to take the lead. Just as the Earl's troops seemed ready for battle, shots rang out. Snipers on the revenants' side had positioned themselves on the fortifications. 200 meters away, without wind and with skill, they began to shoot helpless animals. Of course, a dozen snipers were no threat against an army of 1,000 animals. Unfortunately, the Earl's troops were not an army. Fear of death gripped them. One animal retreated, then 2, then 10, and soon the ranks were totally disorganized. The Earl realized at once that he'd never get anywhere this way. He seemed to ponder for a moment before making his decision. Straightening up, he puffed out his chest before roaring at the revenants. The attack wasn't aimed at him, but Priam winced in pain and he was behind the Earl. Looking at the enemy camp, he widened his eyes. An Earl's potential for destruction was terrifying. The roar was a sound, the propagation of a wave in a medium. The air rippled as if a wave were passing through it. Or a tsunami. The Earl must have manipulated the air with his talent, and a titanic shockwave rushed past the revenants. At the speed of sound, the wave took less than a second to travel the 200 meters. The attack crashed into the revenants' fortifications. Priam thought it was mortar rounds. The wooden and earthen walls, almost 5 meters high, exploded. Thanks to his perception, Priam observed the death of the revenants posted on the fortifications. The shockwave turned their bodies to mush. For the first time, Priam truly understood the effect of his high constitution. He knew he would have made it out alive. Meanwhile, the bodies of the revenants had disappeared. Attack, roared the Earl. With a howl, the animals charged toward the cult army. The destruction of the fortifications had revealed the abominations lurking behind, but the animals charged forward all the same. After all, between possible death against the revenants and certain death against the Earl, they had made their choice. Priam turned to Blueberry and Sphinx. "I'll go." "Blueberry, stay with Sphinx." The bear nodded, and Priam walked into the mist. He reappeared 50 meters further on, hidden behind a buffalo, and began to run. Around him, thousands of animals were migrating towards the revenant camp. Most had improved their physical attributes thanks to the system. They ran at 70 kilometers per hour, or about 20 meters per second. In the rush, Priam could make out nothing but mist and dust clouds, kicked up by hundreds of animals. He counted in his head. After 5 seconds, Priam calculated that he was less than 50 meters from the revenants' camp. At the same time, he began to hear the howling of the first animals stupid enough to walk into the traps. Bullet time, focus, moon mist. Priam concentrated on the surrounding mist. His moon mist skill enabled him to manipulate, sense, and control mist within a radius of around 50 meters. On the moon, the fog was ubiquitous, and Priam could use any mist that wasn't already owned. At the far end of his sphere of perception, he sensed a few tents in the enemy camp. One of them was empty, and Priam straddled the mist. He opened his eyes to discover a tent filled with barrels. Priam's eyes widened, and he straddled the mist again. The first tent appeared to be a trap, containing a flammable liquid that would surely devastate some of the Earl's troops. Emerging again from the mist, Priam confirmed that he was alone before magically observing his surroundings through the mist. He was close to the center of the camp. The young Viscount frowned as he sensed some strange zones in his sphere of perception. Suddenly, he understood. There were 4 barons present in the camp. Revenant barons. Or humans. Priam breathed in for a second, realizing that he was going to kill these people. Anyone in this camp other than in prison was an enemy. He focused on his physical surroundings. He was in an officer's quarter, owned by 2 women given the clothes on the floor and the configuration of the tent. Looking over the small tent, Priam made a quick inventory: 2 beds, 2 desks, and a bathtub. He moved closer to the tent opening, scanning the surrounding area. Priam had decided to ask some passers-by for information about Anatole. After all, he did not intend to search the whole camp or teleport directly into the central tent. He was powerful, but not stupid. Priam planned to wait until Anatole was present in the command post before slaughtering its occupants and retrieving the urn of the depths. That was his rough plan. Sensing through his mist that a revenant was approaching, Priam stood close. The geometry of the approaching revenant suggested a man, walking rapidly towards the central tent. Priam waited for him to reach the tent and exclaimed loudly. "Hey, you! Come here." The man stopped outside the tent, bewildered. "Me?" "Yes, you." Priam had no idea who the man was, but walking fast and alone toward the command post could only mean one thing: the man was a messenger. After all, an officer would have been accompanied. Sensing the messenger's indecision, Priam raised his voice. "Hurry up, I've got a message for the Grand Master." The messenger, unwilling to incur Anatole's wrath, lifted the tent entrance and entered. Inside, he looked around, unaware of Priam coming up behind him. The young Viscount neutralized the messenger from behind, one hand over his mouth and his arm in a chokehold. "Don't move, don't shout." Instantly, the messenger decided to disobey and tried to throw his assailant to the ground to free himself. Priam didn't move an inch. A part of his consciousness analyzed the situation before deciding that his increased constitution must increase his density and, therefore, his mass. "I'll have to weigh myself and check my hypothesis." Sensing the futility of his efforts, the messenger then set about biting his attacker's hand. Priam was so close to laughter that the situation seemed so far-fetched. The revenant's bite was almost like a caress. Priam swept up the messenger's legs and laid him face down, accompanying his movement. His strength enabled him to continue gagging his prisoner while twisting one of his arms behind his back. Priam placed one of his knees on the revenant's upturned hand and pressed down. The man, his head on the ground, groaned in pain, and Priam stopped pressing. "Now that we both understand what's going on, I'd like you to refrain from shouting. Otherwise, I'll break your arm. Understand?" Priam waited a few moments, and the prisoner nodded painfully. "LVL up, intimidation, LVL 3. Char +3. Good. What's your name? Corentin, sir. Priam identified his prisoner to make sure he was telling the truth. He didn't need to ask the question to know the Revenant's first name, but he knew Corentin wouldn't betray all his secrets at once. Priam planned to increase the level of importance of the questions, starting with benign ones to get Corentin used to telling the truth. Once his prisoner was used to answering, Priam could ask him about the urn and Anatole. If he'd started directly there was a good chance that the terror Anatole inspired in his troops would have prevented him from answering. Okay, Corentin, can you tell me what you were going to do before I invited you to chat? I was on my way to the command tent. To say the assault had begun. Priam rolled his eyes. The roar of an average lion could be heard over 3 kilometers away. The Earl's roar must have been heard almost 30 kilometers away. If that wasn't enough, Priam could hear the battle raging from here. I think they already know. I share your opinion, sir. Sir. Priam winced as he sensed the Revenant's fear. Yet, if this torture session didn't inspire him, it was necessary. Now Corentin, can you tell me why the system resurrected you? Priam felt Corentin's body stiffen before collapsing. The messenger had mentally surrendered. He suspected that if Priam knew this, then he knew everything. I died following a car accident. A driver cut me off and hit my car. At the hospital, they did everything they could, but I'd lost too much blood. The man paused, and Priam let him recall his memories. Afterwards, I had a dream. A being offered to resurrect me. In exchange, I would no longer be a human but could become one again by accomplishing feats. I accepted. A being? The Revenants, all saw the same thing. We assume it's one of the system's moderators. Interesting. Didn't the system warn you that you'd be the enemy of humanity, Corentin? Asked Priam. Yes. Please don't try to lie to me by omission. I'm sorry you died, and I understand why you accepted the system's proposal. But you knew that you would become the enemy of humanity. You knew that your actions would cause millions of humans to suffer. You made a mistake, Corentin, and mistakes are like taxes. In the end, we pay them. The Revenant trembled, and Priam realized he was crying. I'm going to die, aren't I? Priam remained silent for a few moments. Yes. If I let you go, the system will force you to betray humanity or kill you. I don't make the rules and am too weak to change them. I'll destroy the Revenants, Corentin, and you'll die. But first, you can redeem yourself. Some time ago, Priam felt that it wasn't up to him to decide the fate of the Revenants, that these decisions chained him. That's why he had let it go. Since then, he had given it some thought. His first conclusion was simple: freedom was about making choices. He had chosen to kill the Revenants. I'll answer your questions. Good. How does Anatole intend to go about killing the Earl? He wants to force his tribulation. Priam flinched and looked around in panic. If Anatole had this power, he was also in grave danger. Detecting no trap, he redirected his attention to Corentin. How? He forced himself to speak in a calm voice. I don't know. Only the generals, the champion, the manipulator, and the Gria. Anatole, no. I think the 2 guests know something too. One of these words aroused Priam's suspicions. The manipulator? And the manipulator. She's in charge of brainwashing some of our members. The plan revolves around her. With Mathis' death, she'll certainly soon be named general. Priam's lips stretched into a cruel smile. He'd found and again. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 148. Constitution 258. Agility 161. Vitality 284. Perception 296. Mental. Vivacity 175. Dexterity 192. Memory 50. Willpower 274. Charisma 150, +4. Meta. Meta affinity 141. Meta focus 98. Meta endurance 90. Meta perception 32. Meta chance 114. Potential, 1076, +2. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge off. Reloaded in 6 hours 42 minutes and 25 seconds. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 11 hours 2 minutes, 19 seconds.